Alright gamers, how we doing? Good to see all of you. Hope you had a wonderful weekend and are having a good day thus far. How we doing? Control, Super, Beef, Jester, Atris, Rabbit. Yes, yummy Rabbit. CZ. Gotta make sure we got the Quag Chad count to end in the good number. Nice. Mr. Glenn. I forgot, you're on spring break right now, right? Or is that another week and I lost sense of time again? I don't know, I saw spring break trending on Twitter. You are? Okay, cool. This week? Cool. I just made some food for meal prep. I'm scared. Not gonna lie, it's banging. Did you cook it? What even is time? Good question, Beef. So, the thing in the stream title, not clickbait. Now I'll give you a timeline of events. This was like a year and a half ago where Bratuha was like, for reference, Bratuha is the only person I know who has more time on Borderlands 3 than I do. One of the most knowledgeable Zane players out there. Super nice guy. Hangs out here sometimes. Was wondering exactly why Mantis R-Man Flint dots weren't lining up math-wise. They're just like scary powerful. So Stone Swan and CZ dove into it a couple days ago and figured out the formula. I was there just kind of contributing like, what if it's this in the background and watching it unfold. But they did some very in-depth testing. And the gist of it is Zane's R-Man Flint capstone is essentially Alchemical Agent from Wonderlands, but for guns and Mantis. And, you know, anything that crits while you ADS that is capable of triggering the skill will apply an Alchemical Agent like that. And if you know how powerful Alchemical Agent is in Wonderlands, that's a terrifying sentence. That is straight up terrifying. What this means is that even Zane gun builds have a very powerful non-gun thing built in that nobody realized was happening. Now you can build into this formula-wise because it does, just like Alchemical Agent, double dip several things. But there's some very notable things that Zane can do with this that other characters can't. For example, here, let me get into game, and then I'll show you exactly some of the things you can equip with this. We're going to be trying out a bunch of ideas. I have just like a couple half-formed build concepts around this. We're going to see. Dot go off whatever weapon you're holding. The dot goes off of the impact of the damage you did. That's what makes it a double dip. So like, let's say you shoot something in the crit with a kick charger. It'll go off of that. That's what makes it big. So Zane's Executor class mod. One of the things this gives you is status effect damage. Now, none of the other class mods give this. Zane has no other way of getting this stat boost, this status effect damage. Because the anoint that goes in the gun slot only applies to gun dots specifically, of which R-Man Flint technically isn't. Yeah, another Executor W. You know what else increases your R-Man Flint? Critting harder. Executor gives you crit damage. Like, this is the Zane com. It's this, or Hustler, or you're doing something with pets. There's no other correct answer at this point. Now, there's an argument for using Spy to get R-Man Flint without having to go all the way down the purple tree. But there's a couple problems with that. One, you lose out on the Executor status damage, which is a completely fresh mult in this formula. That's a huge deal. It's a huge deal. You're going to end up with, crit-wise, at best, comparable by getting extra points in Hetzum's hand. But you're missing out on getting Eraser, because if you're going to R-Man Flint, you're getting Eraser. And that can be very useful because it's another on crit condition. You're gonna want to crit. Hey, Mr. Adblock. Hey, Pat. So like I haven't yet seen a situation where you would want to use a spy and not cap purple. Maybe if you want a double barrel, then that would be the answer. You got purple, take red and go that way. But in my testing so far, Death Follows Close has been really nice here because one of the things that really feeds into your arm and flint dot from guns is more gun damage. So we've entered this weird territory where because it's easier to line up arm and flint shots while you're not moving at breakneck pace, we might have entered the territory where we start taking gun damage on Zane again. Despite it not being mathematically great, it's got practical applications here. And that's really weird. It's really weird. And that makes some things work out in an interesting way. Like Reason of Smog. And Smog and Zane don't really go together particularly well. But Smog's amp is gun damage. So it allows us to not sweat getting to a larger vital momentum bonus, which lets us have more control and lets us actually click those crit spots. Art of War, maybe. If you have exceptionally good aim, maybe. Art of War, yeah. I would feel bad about using Art of War without Calm Cool Collected, because you're gonna want to dump like all your charges. The thing with Art of War is it's a lot like Called Shot over in Wonderlands, where the damage boost isn't bad, it's just on a character that already has a lot of that stat, and it's behind a condition that's just like really awkward. This made sense when Zane had, you know, thousands of percent cooldown due to uncapped commitment, but having to activate your action skill 10 times without shooting, that's a long time. Like, Mantis cooldown 12 seconds, that's pretty short, especially as far as action skill goes. And then Zane has a lot of cooldown due to commitment, and then the first half of sheer will. You've got topped off, and you've got adrenaline. You've got options to have much lower cooldown, and then gear cooldown passes, of course. But that's only going to take you so far, and you have to recharge your charges individually. So having a way to get those charges back, such as Brain Drain or Calm Cool Collected, is gonna kind of be necessary if you want good Art of War uptime. I guess Art of War would be good in a non-gun build that's gonna shoot occasionally. What'd you do with Hyperion shotguns? They're still here, Priz. They're still here. Thank you for the 31 months. I appreciate it. Senior Flag TTD run? Nah, is this a new one? Is this true? Is this scaled? Look at submissions. Ah, scaled, 1440. Let's go. Good shit. Zane Discovery, can I get caught up? The TLDR is Arm and Flint is Alchemical Agent. But for guns. Mostly guns. So since that is a double dip, don't mind me moving stuff cat knocked over on my desk. The concept I'm trying out right now is a bunch of rad damage. We got a rad old god, a double rad rolled artifact. We got some crit. SMG damage is just for upfront damage. That's not going to actually help us really at all. But this is a bit of a throwback. Yes, it's barrier, and yes, I'm running around with Hyperion SMGs. The idea behind this is this Ellie crit annoyant off of an Arm and Flint dot is actually not nothing. It's not yet at a point where I'd consider it better than other choices, but it's not nothing. Read this. I'm using Smog right now. It's fine. You'll notice that we will get a rad explosion on every single kill, because our man Flint is making sure there's always a rad dot. That's the dot. That's a rad dot on armor. So, like, just for reference, yes, that's a basic enemy, but did you see it getting eaten by a rad dot? That's after double dipping rad's bad matchup versus armor. So, like, that's a big fucking deal. That's a big deal. It's double dipping a 50% penalty.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Mr. David Bowling.
David Bowling, but I actually don't bowling, Quagsire.
Well, why not? Thank you so much for the 22 months, the 22 streak, and the tier 3. I appreciate you, homie. Thank you. And we do have a cryo bonus element, so we are getting some freeze action going, along with brain freeze. Our friends bowling. We gotta figure out some way to bowl over the internet. I don't bowl either, but I'll do it with you. The Chowns? Is this a name change? Is this a name change? Or is my memory terrible? Thank you so much for the Prime. I appreciate it. Am I excited for Borderlands 4? When it gets announced? Yeah, I'm gonna be diving in deep. But thank you so much for the Prime in the 3 months. I appreciate it. And your presence means a lot. Hey Swin, thank you for the 26 months. I appreciate it. How does this do on Hustler? I want to try out Hustler. That's actually on the to try list. Because, like, you'd be losing Executor's bonuses, but you gain the ability to get the bonuses, to get, like, the interaction body shots.
Quag. Are you excited for Borderlands 4?
She's just a girl and she's on fire.
Thank you both again.
Quack.
Hey, vibes.
Swinlanum Quag Keck Swinlanum Quag Chad Swinlanum Quag Hype Swinlanum Quag Chad Swinla Angie Quag Chad Swinla Sassy.
Swinla Angie. Thank you, Swin. I appreciate it. Mission Alpha Chemical Agent has me considering firing up Wonderlands. Got a character I'm slowly going back to here and there, climbing with those last chaos ranks. My plan for tomorrow is actually Wonderlands, provided we don't arrive at some sort of new spicy Zane build today with all the science. The plan for tomorrow is Wonderlands. But at some point this week, I'm doing a Wonderland stream. Hey Goliath, how are you? Is there Switch Sports? I miss Wii Sports. Proprietary license. So, to be honest, Beef, I tried out the license a couple streams ago, and it was so horrifically terrible in damage, I don't ever want to pick up that gun again. Which makes me sad, because it is a cool gun. So the awkwardness comes in against targets that don't have crit spots. But we can rad-splode them, like that. So it's fine. Scary in theory and in practice, shouldn't Eraser still be able to dot for this stuff? If the Eraser hit is capable of critting, then yes. Slot stickies maybe make dots go boom. There'd be better candidates for that. Unfortunately, the license's damage is just too terrible for those stickies to be worth anything. Now, there might be something with like some Torg guns. Yeah. I forgot to use this. So the redistributor's ricochet projectile can eraser, and that sometimes does the haha funny. Fearmonger? Maybe. Maybe. That's not the right weapon. Assume armament flint's always your gun's element? Yes. It's the element of the thing that crit while you were ADSing. Now, there's things other than your gun that can trigger it. Like Rune was saying that clone can trigger it if you were ADSing and clone crits. Any Hunter Seekers that you've thrown that crit while you're ADSing will trigger it. Mantis Cannon while you're ADSing will trigger it. That's what spurred all the testing in the first place. Wondering how much of Moxie's 10 quad kill was because of Armand Flint and the kill he got. Eventually he was zoomed in throughout the entire thing. Yeah, it could have just been that really big dot ticking for a few hundred billion, few trillion maybe, putting him over the edge. Because it was with Executor, right? The kill? Believe so? Yeah, we're gonna try out Hustler on this. But Executor is giving us huge amounts of damage. Keep in mind, we're also using Executor for Good Misfortune at the present to get Barrier. This is not just for the redistributor tech, by the way. This is because Barrier does give us some source of amp. It is a fresh mult. Reason why I have a piss grenade equipped is because I was originally just throwing piss grenades, which is more damage overall and gives me some more skill tree flexibility, but if I get an inopportune duct tape mod trigger, then it actually just removes my dots. So I decided this was smoother. Something I need to be better about is dotting multiple targets so that red explosions will chain more easily. Like if I dot you and then dot you, everyone dies easier. No, BO3 came out 18 years ago. Feel old yet? My main other game I've been playing lately, Goliath, has been the Resident Evil 4 remake. And yeah, the original's 18 years old. I think about that every time I play. It doesn't really help me. One of the interesting things about how this plays out is this looks familiar on the surface to people who are familiar with, you know, redistributor shenanigans and how popular that was for a while. But, like, the core of the damage is coming from things that were not around at that time. So I find that interesting. Like, Eraser and Armand Flint are doing the lion's share here, and those weren't part of the redistributor golden age, as it were. Yeah, I'm open to weapon suggestions. The core thing we're looking for, ideally, is radiation guns that you're able to easily crit with that have a high per hit damage. That's the criteria here. Like, Smog fits the bill pretty well. Kong, not able to easily crit with that. Now, with Hustler, we could, but then we're just Hustler Eraser, but spicy. Bloodstar Beast? Possibly. Test bonus elements? Not extensively. I'm able to see that they're happening. Like, that it's doing the thing, at least with Cryo. I've not tested with, like, a Cryo gun and a Rad bonus element, though. That's maybe something that should be done. You're thinking that it'll work out how, Lightspeed might? Hustler Recursion? Yeah, that should work out pretty strong. Sandhawk? Sandhawk's a shout. I would have to get pretty close to enemies, but I'm already kind of doing that. Not necessarily Lightspeed, just gun dots. Okay. That's something like the Hive do the projectiles crit. Do they? Yes. Will they? No. Rad Tizzy. What's a Tizzy's damage? I'm, like, biased against the Tizzy because of how terrible it is on Flak and Moze. But let's look at it. Like, 21k base per projectile isn't bad. Every 12th shot it's amped. Maybe. Maybe. Hey, Pupty. Hive Hustler? I don't think Hive projectiles will Eraser. So, like, instinctively I'm like, eh. But, yeah, Hive Hustler maybe. Plasma Coil? I did try a Plasma Coil. It works pretty much how you'd expect. Hey, David, thank you for taking care of Amber. I missed that. Apologies. But thank you. New science and old game. New tech in BL3 being found all the time. Infinity for infinite dots. Like them to bring hybrids back. There's actually hybrids in this game already, believe it or not. It's just they're not really recognized as such because nostalgia. There's manufacturer hybrids and there's weapon hybrids. For example, the Damned Vladoff AR. That's a manufacturer hybrid. It's a Vladoff gun with a Hyperion shield. Kibsworth Malawan SMG with a Hyperion shield. Lucian's Call. Vladoff with Jacob's gimmick plus ammo refill. The Call thing is Jacob's gimmick but better. And we see that on mostly Jacob's guns, but also a Vladoff one. A Rad Bitch? I don't see that being better than the Smog, to be honest, Super. Lucians or Rowan's? Rowan's is probably pretty good here, Mr. Adblock, yeah. Tizzy could be funny, just tap if you feel it's... move on, keeping it in high heat. Yeah. Soul Render? Maybe Soul Render. With Light Show and Monarch, I'm worried about the per hit damage being too low. It'd be the gun doing the work more than the dot at that point. Crit, maybe. But we'd be getting a lot of shock stuff. We would be getting rad dots at some point. They'd just be weaker. More projectiles, more dots. No, we want stronger projectiles for stronger dots. Because, like, shooting an enemy 16 times is not gonna apply the same dot 16 times in terms of strength. It's just like, you get 16 shit dots instead of one good one. Beacon? Beacon. Beacon would be good. XE41? Nah. Hyperfocus XE41 is not it. Alright, let's do this boss. Then we'll get to Flonkin. I'll explain exactly what I have equipped again. Perfect opportunity for this. See that dot? An 8 mil dot. Now, I don't have Ellie crit in this kick charger, but that could be pretty funny. This is where the Hustler would do really well, because it would allow us to crit, like, phases of this boss where we can't reasonably crit it. Like, it just doesn't have a crit spot right now. But there's bosses like Anathema and Hemo where they have crit spots, you just can't really hit them. Riveting Zane gameplay. Boogeyman? I tried out Boogeyman. It didn't work as well as I'd hoped, to be honest. Pestilence. Leave you alone. Okay. Yeah, Rad Beacon seems good. Master Clairvoyance work. We're looking ideally for weapons that are able to apply a dot. So Cryo as an element. With Cryo Arm and Flit, you're going to instantly freeze, but we still need to test if bonus elements off of that are going to be worth anything. They likely will be, which opens up the option of using Icebreaker for just another source of global V2, which will make our dots bigger. Atom Bomb is here mostly for mopping, but that's something to test. However, Masher would not be good because it would just lower the dots that we would be inflicting. Rad Quickie? Maybe. Dark Army drones can crit, right? They can. Dark Army could be good, yeah. Just get a big VM bonus when making the drones, and then just, like, ADS. But the thing is, the Dark Army drones are non-elemental unless you empty mag reload. So you'd have to be constantly empty mag reloading at high speed and then start ADSing. Which would work, it would just be awkward. I think that could be something decent, though. Rad Quickie, is that what the kids are calling it these days? Uh-huh. Sounds awkward. Yeah, a little bit. Needle Gun? Needle Gun's base damage is kind of low. And the projectile is home in a way that makes it hard to hit crits, and it's got limited range. But yeah, so what I've got on right now, Ellie Crit Smog, Ellie Crit Redistributor, and then next to Mag Smog for targets that I can't dot, or I can't crit, I should say. Kick Charger's just there because I had an open slot and this was in my inventory. And Ellie Crit 1 would be amusing for that phase of Odin. Rad Old God, because the Ellie Crit Nova will triple dip the rad bonuses. The R-Man Flint Dot will double dip the rad bonuses. So that's getting us a lot of value out of that. It's piss. Grenade doesn't matter here. Just got an ASE. Atom Bomb, Vic Rush, double rad. Going for as much formula as possible. The Atom Bomb is to get the bigger rad explosions and mobbing. So that's really not necessary. Like I said, Icebreaker is more damage provided we can freeze targets. And Executor, because status damage, cryo damage, crit damage, just all that stuff. Also currently using Good Misfortune to keep barrier up. So when we make room in the inventory, we need to try out Hustler. I'm just gonna drop all the Revolters. We need to try out Hustler. We need to try out other guns. Tizzy, Beacon. Possibly Dark Army. Miscreant, I think, is more on the spammy side than like the high individual hit side. But like, it might work out. Tizzy's one to try. Ion Cannon. Yeah, Plasma Coil works. I already tried that one myself. Maybe Sandhawk. Alright, let's get, need a proper Hustler. I want one with the same passives, if possible. And it is possible, I don't know why I'm saying that. We'll go with Max Brain Freeze. Probably do a respec. Did I grab a point in Good Misfortune in the tree? By any chance? No, I didn't, so I gotta respec and grab that. So we'll go... want Radius for Hollow Points and Rad Explosions. Other passes I had were SMG damage and Hyperion crit. We could go regular crit, so it's just like good weapon testing in general. That's an acceptable deviation. Instead of the SMG damage, what do we do? Because I want to make one for the Tizzy as well. Base Puncher Static Charge, Blade Fury Static Charge. The Static Charge chains would be able to crit, but that's not going to be consistent. And also, like, what survives that, you know? Like, a Static Charge crit already kills basically everything. Hustler would make the, just the non-Ellie portion crit. I suppose ASE 50s. Not a Face Puncher Static Charge, no. You lost me. Gonna grab a coffee and lurk a while. Sounds good. Appreciate the lurk. Right, let me make these Hustlers. Radius. We'll do one Hyperion crit. This will be control. And that. Import that. Now we'll make one for the tizzy, which will be do I want reload speed for that? That's so cursed. I don't like the tizzy chat. Static charge from Face Puncher isn't one tapping everything when it crits. I don't know. Probably not. Yeah, you're right. I mean, it might. So, like, my thing is, in my experience with the Face Puncher, the static charge chains on Flak will one tap on Punchbot. So that's if you have 495% gun damage and Flak global boosts. But like, Zane has more gun damage, doesn't have as much in the way of global, but has more gun damage and more crit. So in theory, it should still be the same result with static charge chains. It's unscientific, but it's possible. It's worth testing either way. Put it on the list. Give Flak Arman Flint, that'd be insanity. That'd be nuts. I'm all for it. Sorry, I'm just trying to figure out a third passive to put on a Tizzy comm. I guess we'll just do pistol damage, even though it's kind of wasteful. Okay, now I need the actual Tizzy. We're looking for... Should I go for a ×2? I feel like a ×2 would be ideal. Ate hella good food today. You said earlier, and I'm scared. Bunch of burritos. Did you cook the food? Somehow they didn't introduce double dip skill on Flak at all. And that's crazy to me. Flak is peak balance. Like, until Purple Tree, Flak is just the character. I don't know, I guess... Yeah, no, this is fine, Tizzy-wise. Ugh, sneezes. They all look like this, I guess. Okay. Status effect. Now we likely run into ammo problems with this Tizzy. Would you send me super? Webslinger, Asclepius. No, Webslinger Underbarrel with Arman Flint's probably actually pretty nasty, huh? It's just don't miss. Alright, we're gonna try a run with Hustler instead of Executor. I'm gonna need to respec so I have a point in good misfortune. Hey Gio, how you doing? That we know of. So, like, technically there is double dipping on Flak, it's just super indirect. So, like, electric banjo chains triggered off of your loader bot get your damage formula, but look at the damage loader dealt. Gas call and Zane that could crit. Yeah, gas call could crit. So, like, if you have a warloader and it throws a hunter seeker and you have a banjo and a GA, then, you know, it'll take your GA. Which is weird. It kind of makes sense because, in some capacity, the game considers the loader's bullets yours. That's why they reset StackBot. But
A baker's year. Quag cursed.
Thank you so much, loading screen, for the 13 months and the tier 2 once again. Thank you so much. Yeah, I need to get good misfortune. Guess we go with that. What do I do with these last points? Sure. Doesn't matter much. Does clone have to trigger their own armament flint? No, clone can trigger yours. So like clone can't ADS. Armament flint requires you, the player, ADS. Clone can trigger Eraser on his own. But for clone to trigger ADS, you have to be aiming. Can you proc armament flint off of clone throwing hexes? Should be able to. Scott here, what's the Zane discovery? Purple Tree Capstone is alchemical agent. I don't think of a name for the Amara build I named yesterday. It's like a nuclear winter. How many nuclear winter builds in Borderlands 3 is that, chat? It's a very common way of naming builds that use rad and cryo. Please no. We ping Sam. Alright, so previous run was with Executor. This is with a Hustler with the same stats. Different skills, only slightly different skill trees, same stats. The idea with this is we'll have less damage overall. If we have the ability to body shot, like that. Icebreaker is probably the play here as well, because 10 points in Brain Freeze. Things are freezing. Yeah, we probably want like an eraser-friendly gun, or targets like Kraken. Funk, funk, funk. Calling dots. Calling dibs on the first nuclear winter build in BL4. Hey, Sir Leader. Senior Leader. No, I asked you once, forgot the answer. Me and my friend installed level 50 save game with just the main quest done. What should we do now? Go through the main quest again? Thanks, bro. Yeah, I'll answer again. So you've got the events that can be enabled by the main menu. Revenge of the Cartels and Bloody Harvest. Both are a quest, a repeatable quest with a new area and a boss associated, a bunch of new gear. Those are very fun, repeatable. Have a lot of cool stuff in them. You've got the 6 Proving Grounds, each of which you can get quests that'll direct you towards in places you've been throughout the story. You've got 3 Circles of Slaughter. One is on Pandora, one is on Promethea, one is accessed in space. You get that one at the bridge General Trump blew up on Necrotafea. You've got the 2 Takedowns, both accessible from Sanctuary. That's where you get the quests. Those are raids. I'm in one of those right now. Then you've got DLC storylines. DLCs 1 through 4 all have a storyline associated. DLC 5 instead has Arms Race, which is a side game mode, which is more bare bones. It's a roguelite sort of thing. You drop in with no weapons, and you pick up weapons and fight your way out. You can extract the gear and machines for you to use in the normal game. And then DLC 6 has a raid boss that you can pay Iridium to fight, and it also has a 4-quest storyline culminating with a boss that has a lot of HP. Those are all things you can do in Borderlands 3. Next time on Mysterious Lear. Cracks you up every time. It's really interesting seeing the Ellie crit happen on, like, side targets. This should be corrosive. Since I'm no longer using Executor, that should be corrosive. Alright, we're gonna make some changes. I could have gotten up there, but we're gonna make some quick changes. I need a smog. Corrosive. Ellie crit. I might already have one of these, but I already have the code pulled up. There's another thing I wanted. What was it? I already forgot. Terrible memory. Icebreaker. But Atom Bomb? Yeah. But we can just switch back if it ends up not being the vibe. The thing with Icebreaker is, that global V2 is going to be triple dipped by the Ellie crit anoint. Double dip by Arman Flint, triple dip by Ellie crit. That's a huge multiplier. I'm gonna make one with, can't double roll corrosive. So I guess it'll be 1 corrosive, 1 rad. I could go SMG, rad. No, this will be fun. This will be fun. We can do one of those things, go level 72 and gear up. You can get to level 72 through lots of different means. I'd recommend just putting on Mayhem mode at Mayhem 1, and then do whatever you want. Side quests, activities, whatever. Reason I recommend Mayhem 1 is because it just forces everything to scale to your level without you having to go through TVHM. Because additional playthroughs are boring, in my opinion. Trying to make room here. We can drop those. Oh, look at that, I did already have that. Whoopsie. Got that there. Okay, let's try this. Also, recursion might be fun. Don't need to worry about clicking heads. Can go fast. Yeah. Yeah, you just have to remember to ADS. That's the thing. And that's not a big ask. We've talked up Remnant from the Ashes in the past, finally giving it a go here. It's a neat game so far. It's really cool. Really excited for Remnant 2 this year. That damage seems, pretty good. It's like, Icebreaker normally isn't a bonus you can, like, feel. It's just a nice thing to have. I feel like I can feel it right now. Are you feeling it now, Mr. Quag? No, barrier. Did I leave barrier behind? Yeah, I accidentally jumped in without barrier at all. That's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. It's fine. We still heavily benefit from hitting crit spots. Just eraser through that guy real quick. Kill Kraken. Yeah, still maybe want something a little beefier. Honestly, that's probably where the Major Kong comes in, huh? Like, Major Kong, high hit count, very high base. Eraser as well. Hands down the best regime on Twitch. I'm glad you think so. Yeah, redistributor without barrier active is dog water. Ugh. I was curious. Hey Sora. Recursion definitely worth a try. Yeah. Yeah, we'll do recursion on the next one. I'll make another Hustler for the next one. We'll do Splash instead of pistol damage, because that'll benefit the recursion. What did I just hollow point? Oh, I guess I want a Corrosive Old God for when I'm using this, huh? Let me make that. got me. As always, Pup T, you know exactly when to click that one. Shit. So you guys see what I mean about the smog being good here, because smog's amp is gun damage. So we're getting good amounts of gun damage still, despite the fact we're not moving particularly quickly. Like, I'm kind of standing around a lot, which is not good Zane habit to be in, but as long as we keep the smog's amp up, it's fine. This does also create a scenario where if you were gonna use a Pearl on Zane, this might be a decent setup to do that on. But, like, we don't have to get into that. Oh, they're dead. Yeah, I'm very curious to see how the Corrosive Smog does versus Woden. Pearl best Zan artifact. I don't know why circumstances have aligned in such a way recently that, like, I've had to downplay the Pearl so much. It's not a bad artifact, it's just it gets a lot of clout it doesn't deserve. Now, I will say it's very useful in that it provides good stats without having to worry about the parts headache nearly as much. Like, that's cool. It's really good starter gear. But, like, it's, overrated. Also perform it any better. I'm seeing some crits that have been very useful that I would not have otherwise gotten. The damage is noticeably lower than Executor, but, like, that was expected. We lost a bunch of crit, and, we lost the status damage. Hustler is just comfy so far, but we do need to test out weapons that have, like, actual significant eraser synergy with this. Recursion's on the plate for the next run. Next run's gonna be Recursion Tizzy. We'll see how that plays out. Pearl deserves a ton of credit for Zero Farm, but it stops there. Company Man exists as his quality of life. Right. Artifact prefixes alone are a huge thing to give up, and Company Man being good enough to give those up is not a trait that extends to Pearl. Like, even setups where Pearl would be quite good, such as, say, Gun Amara, well, there was an era where Company Man didn't exist, but Expedite was also broken. So at that point, Pearl was still, like, less ideal, because you needed the cooldown. Or, not needed, but the cooldown was really nice. And then there was the period where Expedite was broken, but we did have Company Man. And Company Man rules cooldown. Pearl doesn't. Company Man rules AoE and cooldown. And crit. Pearl also had more value before artifact stats went through the roof. That's true. Pearl's bonus has been static since that one time they changed it. Whereas artifact stats have just gone up in other areas. Smog references Anarchy's gun damage too. Does it by chance get a 1.3 mult, even if it's only once? So like, Smog's amp, I'm pretty sure, is just 30% gun damage? Or what's the percentage on it? It's actually... Little lemon jogs in memory. No, Smog's amp is 250%. So if there is a 1.3, it's just something else? Yeah, that I don't know the answer to. 250%. There's also, and I don't know how practically you can get this to happen, but, so Hyperion gun shields of the amp variety, they give you scale simple gun damage for being damaged, but you can't have that and Smog amp at the same time unless you kill an enemy. Unlisted feature of Smog's shield is that if you kill an enemy, it refills instantly. Mara has Gun V2 and Splash and Elemental and Tree, so Pearl is probably the most valuable on her. Yeah, I'd say it's the most valuable on Amara, for sure. Second best use case is probably Gorillas of the Mist Flak, assuming you didn't have access to Company Man. Because fire rates, and the, you know, the gun damage isn't great with Stackbot, but it provides you something outside of Stackbot. Gives you more than Vic Rush would. But that said, like, if it's even outclassed on the character that has the strongest claim to it, eh. Yeah, where would the Smog 1.3 mult be happening? Is it just, like, card times 1.3? Like, it just has 30% more damage than listed? I don't know what that Nightbot website is, but I want to click it. Why is it safe? Yes, AmaraBuilds.com is made by Stone Swan. It's it's a website with his builds and a wealth of Amara knowledge. Yes, it's safe. I vouch. Thank you for testing. Fuck. Burritos, 600 calories each. 1 to 2 each morning for work, and food throughout the day. It's good that you're taking care of your health, Rabbit. That's not awe-inspiring damage-wise, but I am using a bonus element that isn't doing anything. I do like the feel of Icebreaker. Oh, what is up here? Wow, that's never happened to me. A war dog was like, I'm gonna stand on the edge. That's fuck you. Like, this would be where a Kong would go crazy. And then the split would be where recursion would go crazy. We froze the better half, apparently. The brain case is broken. Do this. Versions still go hard and Woden. Provided you support it with enough character-specific mechanics and gear, it can. Particularly strong on Zane and Amara, because Amara can provide dot support, and now we know that Zane can also provide dot support, but Zane has Hustler Eraser, which is, hey, recursion. Which is very good for getting things going. You can make it do damage on Moze and Flak. Moze because it's splash, Flak because Flak can just make anything do damage. But it's more of a character interaction dependent gun than it used to be, if that makes sense, Skyward. Okay, Major Kong. Different Hustler. Tizzy. Did I get the Tizzy already? I feel like I made the Tizzy. Never game with short-term memory. Without short-term memory. That goes there. So I would want a max damage roll recursion, not a max status, right? Because Armin Flint is off impact damage. Used to make my game lag during the weapon split. Yeah, I won't do that anymore. They fixed the engine bug that caused weapons that hit a lot to do that. Do I want ×1 or ×2 here? Like, ×1 more damage? Single? Okay. Yeah, I was wondering if ×2 had value for more, eraser consistency, but let's just opt for the ×1 for now. Lean into the dot tech. Go Corrosive Rad. Hustler. Swap out the pistol damage here for area damage. We're still on Icebreaker, which I think is the correct play. Would Executor with cryo guns be better than rad guns for single target in the setup? So, cryo doesn't have a dot in this game, Amber. There's your answer. Still got to test bonus elements. If bonus elements work out well off of cryo guns, then sometimes. But currently doing rad for the big rad explosion stuff. Priz got it. Corrosive Kong. Okay. Major Kong. Tizzy. With the recursion here. And we'll keep the redistributor. See how this plays out. Red Cryo recursion, where's Rune? Yeah, Urad would go hard here, but the thing is, Urad's a gun anoint, and Ellie crit anoint is also a gun anoint. So it, you know, probably better and more consistent, but no one builds around this anoint. Like, very few people have even tried. At a high level, that is. I actually have 2 of this one. Cool. A very brief connection interruption. I don't know why I just shat out for a second. But we're good. I have low expectations for the Tizzy just because I don't like this gun. And it sucks on flak. Morning, son. Like, that's just the gun doing it. The anoint's not really getting a chance to... If I keep it hot enough for the amp, then, like, maybe. But the dot doesn't seem very good. I guess I could keep it high heat and tap fire it. But, like, this just seems like the gun's doing it. It is very good at getting brain freeze to do its thing, gotta say. There's the Tizzy reloading every 5 seconds. I guess for this gun you wouldn't be doing Ellie crit, you'd probably want to go... Oh, I'm out of ammo. Yeah, Tizzy moment. You'd probably want to do, like, clone regen. Oh. That's a dead enemy. Seems decent. That seems good. Charge speed on comm? What's the curse and discovery? Armand Flint is alchemical agent. Is the gist of it. Dot. Yeah, charge speed on comm would work here. Just give up the crit damage. Let's grab that. Yeah, you just run around ADSing the recursion. I guess something I need to be aware of is I need to not fire my last shot and expect it to do full stuff, because it forces me to on ADS. Maybe a mag size is useful for that. He just gets more curse every day. Hey, rapid fire. Classic recursion moment. We calling this? I don't have Cold War. I should probably change that. Oh, it's the Rad ASC getting the crit there. Oh, thanks, Eraser. Why do people like this gun? It's so shit. Discover this tech, by the way. So this is like... The testing was done by CZ and Stone Swan on Stone Swan's stream a couple days ago. But it was on a suspicion that Bratu has had for a long time, there being something weird. Now, we originally thought that Mantis was the culprit, but it turned out to be our Manflint. I'd like a timely hustler trigger. Okay, well, there we go. That was just the dot applying. Holy shit, dude. Literally just using our Mantis cannon while ADSing is more reliable than this fucking Tizzy. I hate this gun. The trash out of my inventory. What were some of the other rad gun ideas you guys had for that slot, chat? Oh, you know what I want to try? I want to try Rebound. Because Rebound's a good eraser gun. How's its base damage? Let's look at the max damage doc. It's not going to be a single target thing, but you can get a ×1 rebound. I want to try a ×1 rebound. Because I've never used a ×1 before. Not that I can remember anyway. Maybe I have. Played this game a lot. Go rad for mobbing, I suppose. Let's RP Soul Render Dark Army. I'll try Soul Render at some point soon. Blood RP I'm a little skeptical of, because It'll work out to be a less shit Tizzy. Like, actually good damage. But, doesn't have any particular eraser shenanigans, and it's low per hit damage, just a lot of hits. Shrieking Devil. I have bonus elements. I'd have to change up my annoyments. Gun has no single target. The multi-target is very satisfying. Redistributor still does really well here because Hyperion innately has that higher crit. I just discovered Zane can shoot guns and want to share it with the world. No, Jaybridge, we're doing dot stuff. Sure doesn't help, most of the scopes are garbage. Yeah. This might look like gun stuff. What you're seeing is dot stuff. I forgot I'm Zane, and if I go more than 8 seconds without hitting Mantis compulsively, my damage evaporates. Sorry, that was my bad. Oh, well, that's bridge. Yeah, recursion goes hard. Recursion goes hard. I like this. Is this something you would play? Yeah, this is really interesting. Now, disclaimer here with this anoint is it's probably not going to get as much value as other anoints would, but it's fun. It's interesting. Like, I think you just directly get more value out of 150 over 90 here, if we're being honest. What's the discovery? I should really make a command for this, but R-Man Flint. If you're familiar with how the skill Alchemical Agent works in Tiny Tina's Wonderlands, basically, it takes your impact damage and then uses that to determine a dot that it then places, and includes double dipping of several of your damage bonuses. It's basically mechanically the same. So the status effect applied by this skill is crazy big. there's not much support for status effects as a main outlet of damage in Borderlands 3. Most of it is located on Amara, but this means that Zane can do it effectively too. So we're figuring out exactly what kinds of things we have to do to get that to be at the forefront of the build. And because it is Zane, it's very hard to not just kill things with your guns. So a lot of weapons that are going to be good dot guns are just going to kill. But we're experimenting. I want to see a non-gun build use this effect. I was trying it out with Hex and GA. It's easy. It's just slow because Ellie Crit has that that cooldown, that internal cooldown. So the way I was getting around that was just by swapping between 2 GAs. Even with 5 Cold Bore, that's kind of slow though, because I still have to ADS. So I think if you were gonna do that tech, you would need to run a purple comm, a radical, so you could have 10 Cold Bore for faster swap speed. Then you lose your class mod effect. Ah, thank you, Pris. Did my stomach growling just key up the mic? Amazing. Listen, chat. My stomach's been crazy lately. Hit weapons. Yes, hit weapons. A high hit weapon is a weapon that hits a lot. It's a hit weapon. I don't see the problem. Oh yeah, again, I forgot I'm Zane, and my character doesn't function if I don't hit Mantis all the fucking time. Recursion, doing recursion things. Oh, it's gonna spawn ads. And we're not gonna get any eraser. Okay, there we go. Yeah, this is where the Kong comes in. So it was the dot that killed that. These died to the recursion and eraser and rad explosions. The dot killed that. Kraken spawning 2023. It's because I overestimated dot duration. Hey Voodoo. How am I? I'm doing okay. How are you? Zaddy's nervous tick is squirting his mantis. That's a sentence. Fine, thanks. Glad to hear. So yeah, recursion goated. What else can we use that benefits from charge speed, chat? Storm could maybe be decent here. Does Storm Eraser? I don't remember Storm Erasering. We could get maybe a decent shock dot out of that. Nice kill. Glad you think so. Yeah, we could try out Storm. Trying to think of other charge guns that could fit well here. We want low hit count, low projectile, high hit count. Charge weapons have elements. Beacon. Yeah, I gotta remember to grab that beacon. Yeah, we'll grab a beacon and a storm. Herald. I already have heralds in my inventory. We already know it works. We don't need to go there. Herald erasers as well. Something everybody forgets about. But Herald does eraser. And it's stupid. What non-gun things trigger this? So Arm and Flint triggers off of any damage attached to you or your pets that crits while you're ADSing. So Digiclone can trigger it. One of Sentinel's attacks is capable of critting, so yeah, that technically, if that's an elemental one, I think that one might actually be non-ele. Grenades that can crit can trigger it. But the same parameters for Arm and Flint and Ellie crit. A handsome gamer man person? No, you. We'll go beacon. Let me also put my title. Go Rad Corrosive. I like having Malawan guns on this because it lets me cover multiple elements. This is one of those builds where swapping elements is actually super important. Storm was the other one we were gonna try. Storm, storm, storm. Apologies for my stomach. What's the new Zane discovery? Yeah, as CZ indicated in the command call there. Thank you, Pris, again for doing that. Basically, Armin Flint creates a dot that double dips a bunch of bonuses and is determined because, you know, by nature of it being a double dip mechanic, is determined by the damage you dealt. So you can get some very large status effects. Hey Nepsy, how you doing? Yeah, so we'll try with these four. DNA? Ooh, DNA. Yeah, let me grab a DNA. DNA in the max damage doc? Why can I not find it? Oh, there it is. I had to put the periods. We'll try DNA in the Kong slot. See how that goes. You're welcome, Nepsy. Hey, Wales. How are you? You can say Zane has the necessary oomph behind his attacks. Well done, Sora. Plague Bear? Plague Bear runs into a problem where it's more likely to just kill enemies outright. Insider? A lot of hits. I don't know if any of them would be particularly strong dots, but like a lot of hits. We'll see how DNA goes. If DNA goes well, then maybe Insider does. GA stat sig would increase the dot on swap, right, against high HP targets? It would. Craps? Maybe. Mr. Glenn. New discovery have potential in speedruns. If it ends up being good on Lucky 7, yes. If it ends up being good on Lucky 7 and Anarchy, I should say, yes. Particularly, I did mess around with it with Anarchy a little bit, Voodoo. And because Arman Flint guarantees the status effect of the element you're hitting with, this means you can force a freeze or you can force a Radsplosion. So like Atom Bomb Anarchy in Cistern of Slaughter might end up overtaking Lucky 7 on Zane when using this tech. Has to be tested, but think about it, like Radsplosions are bigger than hollow points. And you can guarantee the Radsplosion. Sometimes when using rad guns, enemies just die before they get the dot applied to them, so they don't always explode. Queen's Call? Maybe Queen's Call. Maybe Queen's Call. How are you, Kitty? Good to see you. Remains to be seen? Yeah, this is very new stuff. Okay, so Storm should be good against these turret guys. Not really getting a dot. Nice thing with this, though, is, I can just Mantis while I'm scoped in. It works. Yeah, it works. I am dotting myself a fair bit, though. Don't love that. Works well enough to keep on the save, I think. What else are we trying out? Beacon. Ouchies. That got me up instantly. Wait. Hang on. Need level terrain. Beacon projectiles erasering through an enemy that's standing next to a wall means that the eraser beacon shot will also hit the original target. Hey, Rune. That's a very big deal. Just need more walls. Wall bang Zane. We gotta get all these enemies and then bang them up against walls. Base cast technique for guns? Yeah. Gotta sleep now, still need to work tomorrow. Yeah, get some rest, David. Thank you again for hanging out. I appreciate you. How goes Dot Zamara? Really well, Rune. It's really interesting so far. Just jump and shoot feet. Yeah, same logic with Insider. Insider already did this, but the idea of doing it with Beacon never occurred to me. DNA looks pretty sick doing this. Like, that just looks cool. I gotta remember to actually stay ADS while shooting it. You dot yourself with rad and die, do you red slowed? You know, I don't know. I don't actually know. I don't know if player death is handled that way. Oh, whoopsie. I was too focused on staying ADS while the projectiles were out. Kibsworth, Free Radical. Free Radical would be predictably good here. Kibsworth, I'm not sure. We'll save DNA for bigger targets. Oh, look at that dot. That was a 1 mil dot off of a beacon shot. That might not sound like a big deal, but that's pretty cool. Like, I don't have the rattled got on right now. Million damage isn't much, but for status effects, and when we're going to have Ellie crit triggering off of status effects, it's significant. Another cool thing about the beacon is the reload Nova is gun damage. So you get a Nova Zane can actually use well. Barrier is making this a little awkward because that rendering bug where getting barrier amp rad projectiles just makes black squares. Funny enough, Black Square was my nickname in high school. How we doing this morning, folks? Doing well, Control. How are you? Cool. That was juicy. I needed to make sure we ADS there. Having some projectile speed on this would be so nice. Saw a corrosive belly crit off of that. Big red explosions. Beacon supremacy. A little bit of recursion in the mix. Back to corrosive on the beacon. You're dead. Just need to remember to ADS for you. You're dead. He's looking interesting. No longer used for radical only beacon. Third hammer throw build. Scott Dread when C100. Gonna try to find the low first foot. Nice thermal. Figured out, didn't get me this time. Face Puncher, Masher, Bleed Fury, White Elephant, 150 or 90. Ooh, yeah, White Elephant bombs could be interesting here. The problem would be having targets live long enough. But anything with like a natural crit spot. Yeah, Face Puncher with White Ellie into that crit spot. You'd have to wait, but that could potentially be good. I kind of like that idea. I think that's going to need a controlled testing environment, though, because there's a lot of factors there. Yeah, Urad might have a shout here, Rune. I'm just using Ellie Crit Anoint because it's interesting to see it do non-zero amounts of damage. But like, I think 150 or 90 or Urad is gonna be the play for this tech ultimately. Non-zero or non-infinity amounts of damage, yeah. The problem with this Anoint historically is it's either going off of shit dots and not gonna kill anything, or it's going off of dots that are so powerful the enemy has already died by the time you've tried to set it up. Very rarely do you have it in between. Usually you need something of super big health values, like think Raid Boss Traunt, like that level. True trial bosses. Usually things just don't have enough HP to survive, or you just don't have enough investment to make it good. I'm not going to say this build isn't in that situation, but like, I'm able to notice the... See, when the Nova happened there, it actually took a visible chunk. Enemy didn't die, but it took a chunk. And I think that's neat. About a Hellfire. So the thing with the way Arman Flint works, you're absolutely right that Hellfire has a good dot in terms of proportion to how much damage it deals. But the way Armband Flint works, it goes off of impact damage. So we want weapons that hit hard. We don't actually need the weapon itself to have a good dot. We just need it to hit hard and have an element. So like we could use a weapon with an absolute shit dot, but it doesn't matter because we just need to do damage. Because we'll get the dot that way. Kind of useless. Rough Rider seems to be having 3 instances of damage reduction. Grant 43.75 true reduction, 30% regular damage reduction, added with most skills and gear. That is kind of useless information. Like, because your HP pool is still too small with a Rough Rider for that to really ever be useful. I think. Like, maybe there's a meme to be had there with loaded dice tanking with Rough Rider, and it's like, look, I'm not dead, but, any plans to show Anarchy? I can do some Anarchy. I think I threw away my Anarchy a few runs ago, but I can get another one. Yeah, I'll have to grab another one. Anarchy works out in an interesting way, because it hits a lot, it hits hard, and it minimizes the fiddling you have to do. Anarchy also invites running a clone-oriented version of the spec, so that Clone can be there doing Anarchy as well. And Clone will crit with your his Anarchy fairly often. So if that happens while you're ADSing, the target's dead. They're super dead. I do keep hitting myself with the beacon. It's not ideal. Now, something you could do with this, red suit, elemental projector, and then intentionally hit yourself with the beacon. What do we think about that? Oh, I was just putting barrier up. Toxic. Thank you, Recursion. Very cool. I didn't get the ship I wanted. Red suit, Urad, LA projector, deathless with cryo guns, easy. Shit, yeah. I think that might be the next thing we try. I want to see how DNA does against raid boss. We could try Storm here. Oh, these guys can't be dotted. Never mind. At least not effectively dotted. I still don't quite know the rules on that, because obviously that guy's irradiated. Maybe it's just a lot of dot resistance. Because, yeah, they're definitely dotted. I don't know, sometimes they just don't take dots. How does your red work on this? I still need to test to see how Armband Flint handles bonus elements. In theory, it shouldn't matter, as long as we apply rad naturally. Because, like, we're not needing the... Like, it's just gonna be strong. Because we're having URAD there instead of LE crit, so it's like, whatever. We don't need a big dot specifically to capitalize off of, we just need, like, good damage. Not seeing a fantastic dot here. out the ads with that. I shot too late. Skill issue. There we go. Brain case broken. Ooh, that dot did a lot. Yeah, I really wish I had some projectile speed here. So DNA didn't do as well as I'd hoped. But Recursion and Beacon are definitely standouts on this. We know Plasma Coil is good. Probably have a dot chance resistance, same way they're harder to freeze but can be frozen. That would make sense. Version looks so good on this. It's so good, dude. And the dual element thing is definitely really helpful. Okay, I think I'm gonna make a clone of this save. What we go Ellie Projector, Deathless. We lose Icebreaker, but we get a lot of Ellie damage to double dip. Ellie Projector, Deathless, Rad, Red Suit, Cryo Beacon. Yeah, let me copy the save. Save number 233. That's cute, Rune. It's cute that you think the number's that low. Let's save 1,786, sir. Apologies for assuming save numbers. I do not forgive you. Understandable. Alright, so, I suppose I'll need to respec. Well, I don't need to respec, but I should respec, because this is going to be your rad version. So, Salvation's useless. We don't need to bother with that. We'll probably want more shield capacity. I'm swapping weapons a lot, so Cold War is attractive. But for now... You think we still stick with Barrier here, chat? Or do we try to max out to get double barrel for clone? Because, like, we need our Manflit. Let me grab that first. You want clone? Could skip the green investment, but, like, we're already 2 points short at this point. We won't have good misfortune. We might, actually. Might stumble upon interactions that prove useful for non-gun dot stuff. Yeah, that's a good point. All right, we'll try to get both. Health regen from that's useless for us, but clone gets the gun damage. I think we skip fractal frags because I don't want clone wasting time throwing grenades. So we got that. We'll go Doppelbanger, Schadenfreude. We can still get C in red. We can't get good misfortune. So I guess we'll just have to deal with clone having limited duration. We would have to use a spy or an executor over a hustler if we wanted good misfortune. Because like spy, then we just don't take max purple. We'd use a conductor as well, but... Only 5 brain freeze this way, but we still at least get that 5 from Hustler. I'm not too worried about reload speed because we have a domino effect. At least one cool hand. I don't want violent violence, but fuck it, sure. Okay, we can get rid of the Hyperion SMGs on this version. Probably get rid of the rebound as well. Harking back to Frozen Heart and Circle of Slaughter discussion a few days ago, your red heart with this tech might scale damage and range. We're not going to be... Like, the Novas can't crit, though. That's a big thing. I guess it makes sense because it's just another thing happening, but... We'll see. We'll see. First I need... Do I have a red suit already? I do. That's not a right anoint, though. Make the artifact first. Deathless. Elemental Projector, Deathless. Definitely want AoE. Are we gonna want cooldown for clone uptime? I don't really feel like that'll be necessary. Movement speed because we'll be cryoed all the time? Mag size? I think a mag size passive wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. Maybe we'll just keep one rad passive. So when we don't have projector up, we're still getting some value out of that. Okay, we want a beacon. Oh, excuse me. Cryo and corrosive with URAD. Thank you for the short stick, Super. I need the red suit. So we don't want amp. I guess maybe Nova, because it just gives us a way of getting up. Maybe. A lot of people don't know this gun exists. Yeah, it was only ever available for a very short period of time. Yeah, I guess Nova makes the most sense. Double Nova. Go bonus cryo. There. What do we put there, though? Do we go terror and accept having terrible view kick? No, that doesn't sound like a good idea. How much do Zane's handling bonuses do to cancel that out, though? Oh, that's a terrible idea. Terrible. You'll be fine. Okay, so this should be acceptable. What do we give clone? Anarchy? Yeah, let me grab my anarchy back. Give him a cryo one? Or something else? What element do we give him, chat? We're gonna want him to have something that can apply a dots. Probably not cryo. Maybe corrosive, just so we can see what's happening. That would be my only source of corrosive. Rad? We can do rad. Enjoy your lurker. Okay, so we do have limited clone duration. Let's see how this works out. I really should have gone with that movement speed passive. So he's insta-freezing from Brain Freeze. no tank. He doesn't stay up long enough to really stack his anarchy, huh? That's one of the things I was worried about. Yeah, that beacon damage when you can shoot through and hit the ground, that's really good. Ouch. Urad is so risky here. Ugh. Like, what if we dropped Urad, went ASE 50, and just kept healing? I'm spawning with the wrong gun. How do you do with the beacon anyway? I mean, not awful. Yeah, I think this is going to need a controlled test to see how bonus elements work out, URAD in particular, because it's hard to look at that and survive at the same time. Like, I'm not seeing any massive dots going on right now. Doing that definitely made the damage not change. This is awkward. The reason why the bonus element testing is important is because that's a huge piece of the puzzle for the non-gun applications of this, particularly the grenades. Now, it's only global V2 that applies to the Armand Flint dot, right? Mono barrier, Mantis. Running barrier and clone would mean I just don't have kill skill uptime. So I just wouldn't have damage. And then barrier would run out anyway. That's wrong. Barrier Mantis. CZ wanted to see clone, so. Hey Stump, how you doing? May as well just shoot anarchy. Bye. So fragile. What's a new Zane tech? Yeah, command's got you covered there. You come over here. See, it's hard to tell whether those are the regular dots or the Arm and Flint ones. Like, it needs to be a more controlled test. I'm thinking. Let's go to the other version for a moment. Should not have a good regular dot, like, at all. Yeah, the projectile count would have to be, like, the times 18? Or even lower, maybe. Can it get lower? Yeah, it can. You'd have to have, like, a low projectile anarchy for the dot to be better. But then your DPS goes down. But it shouldn't be good. It shouldn't be good. But because it's impact, it might end up being good. But it probably requires low projectile count and 150/90 to get decent. I don't think it'll ever hold a candle to recursion, though. Thing is a demon. Let's see how the times 20 does. How's this a new discovery? Is it better than what the tooltip says? That's absolutely nothing like what the tooltip says. The tooltip implies that it's just applying the status effect of their gun with how it reads. It's not. So, like, the tooltip implies that, yeah, when you aim down sights and hit a crit, it just guarantees applies that 5017 that the Anarchy card says. That's not how it works at all. Second highest palace count on times 18. Is that the highest per projectile damage? Isn't there a shotgun in this game that shoots single slugs? Several. Several. Right, it's 25% crit damage done as the dot. Is that not right either? No, it's not right at all. So the 25% it says is just a gun-only damage boost you get. And it's completely unrelated to the other effect of the skill. Highest pellet damage is a times 13. Let's see. Radiation, Housebreaker. Only works down sights. Yeah, imagine Zane's skills having conditions and downsides. It used to always be like that. But then the character just got dumbed down every patch. But this is interesting. Legitimately interesting Zane tech is not common. So foregrip 3. Grip 5. Came out to times 12. Promised myself I'd stop playing BO3 at least for a while because pain in my hands wakes me up during the night. Of course, I've been playing every single day. Oh no, take care of yourself, Voodoo. Why is this a times 12? Crazy how understanding the game mechanics can shift metas if there's only some way to communicate that to the player. They could definitely do a more comprehensive job in explaining how certain things work, but there are some things that they couldn't possibly fit the actual mechanics of into a tooltip. I think Arman Flint's card is a case of oversimplification and being too vague. This seems correct. I'm just double checking the parts on this to make sure this is a legit item. Grip 5, 4 grip 3, 3 body accessories. The barrel accessories variable? No, they're not. No, this should be fine. It's worth noting Gearbox cards have gotten better with every new game. Yeah, they're substantially better in Wonderlands. Now, there's still blunders in that game, but the cards are substantially more accurate in that game. I'm gonna down myself with this, but we'll see how long it takes. Unrelated, does futility belt make you slow immune when the kill skill part of it is active? I've never tested that. That's not a bad dot. Mainly because low projectile count, 150 over 90. Yeah, like he just froze and fell. Ugh. An amp shield would be really good here. Like a one-shotter. Yeah, the radius gets me here. That's a problem. Go gadget recursion. I really don't think anything is gonna beat out the recursion for this. To be honest. It's so good. The beacon's pretty interesting too. Recursion special effect, ricocheting projectiles that ricochet quite a bit, but it also has a high impact damage. It's very eraser friendly. Variable elements. Its splash is just like the perfect gun for this, as you can see here. Clone with Anarchy, Zane with Recursion for speedrunning. Yeah, I think that would be the play. Like, instead of this level of green tree investment, you scrap that. Scrap some of blue. And you get double barrel. But the problem with that, Priz, is you have to choose between Arman Flint and Good Misfortune if you are not using a class mod that gives either one of them, and Hustler does not give either one of them. Has high natural dot too? Yeah, so if I happen to not hit a crit, Recursion's dot can still be relevant here. This is also without 150 over 90. I should really try a 150 over 90 recursion. Oh, look at that. That was a racer. That was a racer beacon. Yeah. That's beacon projectile passing through the crit spot, and the eraser one just hitting the same target. Now, we haven't tried Free Radical on this. I suppose we'll do that on the next one. It should, in theory, be, like, similar to Beacon, just shock. I think I do already have an Ellie crit. No, it's a URAD one. Beacon has a larger impact AoE. I believe so. Although I wonder if there's parts that change that. No, they've got the same radius. At least going off barrel parts and such. It's not necessarily an indicator, I know, but... Seeing that card difference? It hurts, doesn't it? It hurts, doesn't it? Big thing is, our rad would be coming from purely the ASC 50 with the free rad. Which is ironic. Rather than it being, you know, the big Arm and Flint rad explosions. Good one, recursion. Now I'm wondering if because of eraser mechanics, if the ×2 isn't like a better play here. Just for more chances. New stuff? Yeah, Gage, new stuff. We have new understanding of how a certain Zane skill works. This. something that could make this smoother, and Priz touched on this earlier, is I could run Frozen Heart just to lock enemies in place and guarantee Icebreaker, and then just... Recursion's so fucking cool. A card difference can be that Fire Rate Nova Elements Beacon's perfect. Yeah, it fits really well with the concept, and it's not a pile of power creep nonsense. And for the time, it was definitely stronger than a lot of other things available. But it's not stupid. I like the Beacon. I dislike the Free Radical. I would like my barrier. I shot too late again. 'Cause I forgot which slot I had my recursion in, somehow. That was spicy. Probably still have the Beacon clip that popularized Mo's one-shots. Yeah, Beacon was like the thing that kicked off, hey, what can we short fuse to death? ASMD is the catalyst for Flak one-shots, and then Beacon is the catalyst for Mo's one-shots. I think that's really cool. Found it? Wait, hi Nunu. Yeah. Seeing at level 60 short fuses hitting in the hundreds of millions. Yeah, it's cool stuff, Chris. Good times. Good times. Sorry if you got over to Zane stuff 100 times already, but what? Yeah, command. It's in the title. Basically, this means we get super duper big dots from just doing damage. Like, generally for gun dot builds, you are, for the most part, shackled to guns that are either the Guardian Angel, well, or have really good card dot values. But with the way this works, we don't necessarily need that. Now, those guns are still useful. But what we want instead is things that can apply big dots in a single impact by double dipping off of their impact damage. So, like, Smog proved to be very good here. Recursion is very, very good here, because it also has eraser stuff. Beacon, we found to be very, very good, because not only does it have natural dot, but it's got good damage. It also erasers. Herald's probably fine. How'd this get found? It was a suspicion of Bratuha for like years that there was something weird about Mantis Dot and Arman Flint. And until Stone Swan and CZ dove into it a few days ago, we thought that Mantis was the outlier there, but it turned out to be Arman Flint. It was the weird thing. So, like, for anyone who doesn't know, if you ADS and you crit something with Mantis Cannon, in a build optimized around Mantis, you put a dot so ludicrously large that it's one of the very few things that's like, it's weaker than Unleash the Dragon, but it's in the same league of, hey, if you hit something with this, it's going to die. It doesn't matter what else you do, it's dead. And the math with that didn't quite math for why it got such a big buff from Guardian Angel. And now we know why. It's because our man Flint also double dips. Whereas traditional dots don't really do that. You usually need some sort of intermediary for a dot to start double dipping bonuses. And our man Flint acts that way. It's Alchemical Agent in Wonderlands, but for guns in Borderlands 3. Put the smog back there. There was a gun I was gonna try. Oh yeah, it was free rad. 1543 flak, TGTD. Nice. Knew it was possible. Congrats. Four flak purple. Every other VH is cool hidden interactions. Yeah. Flag purple just has hidden flaws. Free radical. Let me actually go off the max damage dock. Man, my stomach is making noises today. I apologize if it's picking those up. Monkey Do's a hidden interaction. Yeah, it's a hidden shit. I'll probably want to shock Old God with this. Let me... Hidden amp is cool, it's part of why Quack likes Cloud of Lead. Well, yes, but I like it when it's on good skills, not Monkey Do. Drop that. I guess I'd want shock here. Oh, we have AC rad. I'm comfortable sticking with that. Okay, this will probably be boring as fuck of a run, but let's see how it works out. Run on second try. Like I said, I've been saying this for years at this point. A lot of these times in a lot of these categories, people just need to throw attempts at them. It's as simple as just trying to do it. I'm not being humble when I say that people can beat my times. This is gonna be very uninteresting. Yeah, that was an eraser free radical projectile. This gun is stupid. Reminder that there's people who run around in 2023 downplaying this gun. It's criminal. Alright, playing a standard gun Zane. This is not a standard gun Zane, butter. This is not a standard gun Zane. Can go back to Beacon yet, please? Yeah, we can go back to Beacon. Beacon's more fun. Beacon is more fun. How do your head Zane go? It's awkward. That's gonna need some more focused attention. It's very awkward. Stupid shields. Thank you, Recursion. I love you. Horn any good with this? I'd have to test. Maybe. It being Doll does mean that we could potentially crit harder with it, because manufacturer crit on comp. So that has some potential applications. Beacon, you're so fucking good. There we go. Yeah, the reason the Beacon is shredding this hard is Eraser Beacon is nuts. No, the whole Arm and Flint thing, just wasn't expecting Zane Radical gameplay when jumping in the stream. Yeah, no, we were seeing if it did anything funny with the tech we're applying to other guns, and it doesn't. It's just like Radical being Radical. But we get interesting things with other guns, like Beacon. Like barreling ourselves with the Beacon Nova. Hunter Seeker setup in this? It'd be very RNG, because Hunter Seeker doesn't benefit from Hustler. It will stack up Hustler, but it won't benefit. So it does still have to naturally crit. If you were gonna do a Hunter Seeker setup, I would use this tech, though. Just hope. I also don't love barrier here. It's just the skill tree kind of works out in a way where I have that many points. Open to suggestions. We don't have enough to get double barrel. Is the big thing. I got bonked. It's almost like bonus elements recursion. Yeah, Hustler Eraser recursion is the most similar behavior you can get to OG recursion days. Now that we're talking about it, I do want to stare at the skill tree for a moment. Like, we could get more sheer will, but that's only gonna help barrier, really. Cold War would be nice. I could just over-spec the other trees. I have no way of getting anything more useful right now. It's good for situations like that. And again, it's worth noting the Executor is going to be the peak damage you're getting out of this R-Man Flint tech. But the reason we're using Hustler is for consistency in activations. We don't need to hit an actual crit spot to get it to happen with Hustler. We also get free Brain Freeze from Hustler, which allows us to use Icebreaker more effectively. 10 points in Brain Freeze means on average it takes 3 bullets to freeze an enemy. We are shooting more than 3 bullets. What Black Minecraft nonsense is being thrown out right now. That's a visual bug in this game. If you fire a rad weapon through a barrier, it does that. Recursion's so good. Ew, gross, free rad. Don't give me that. What did I have in that slot before? Storm. Storm worked out okay. Read this because it's funny. Use Smog on this set. Smog goes really hard here. Hey, look at that. Jump back on max fire rate Zane and see the light show go burr. Sounds like a really boring use of a character and time, to be honest. Recursion. Did miss Mallow on Weapons in Wonderlands. I didn't at first, but yeah, they just feel really good. we have a good dot on the boss. That's cool. I shot too late again. I need to be better about that timing. Did I break the brain case yet? I don't think I did. There we go. I honestly just want to keep practicing with this build. It's very weird to play. Like, it's a little bit awkward, but I'm getting more comfy. Robin, you think 125 splash is more practical? I think 125 splash and 150 or 90 are both way more practical than Ellie crit, like for sure. But you know, flavor. I think we're gonna keep tweaking. 150 over 90 in particular makes the most sense to me. 75 shots light show per second sounds like a PS1 after it's been poured water on it sparking. I'm surprised it makes any sound at that point. I do also want to try ×2 recursion. Maybe with the ×2 we would run ASC Splash instead. Like, the thought behind ×2 is just more eraser. Is there also a way to get a bigger mag? Yeah, we could run 12 round. How much does a ×2 cost? 4 ammo? ASMD? ASMD. Maybe. Maybe. Prompt critical? Maybe. So what's new? Exclamation point OMF striker. Short answer is Zane dots are crazy. ×2 costs 3. Okay, so 12 round. Yeah, we'll do 12 round mag. And grip 5. Yeah, this stock is shorter charge time. I want that. I could even go up to a 14 round mag. I'll go with this. Flash. You need it for this? You think I need the 14 mag? Oh, no, it is 4? Okay, it is 4. Yeah, we'll go with the 14 mag one. Right? Oh, I messed up something with that. Hang on. Wedding imitation. I mean, honestly, wedding imitation would be pretty good here, yeah. Because the Armand Flint dots should be double dipping the debuff from wedding imitation. Hey, the same MD is interesting because it can't apply a regular dot despite the card. That's interesting, yeah. How would Breath of the Dying work out? Wait, hang on, holy shit, Breath of the Dying. It can't apply a dot normally because it's got 0 status chance. But the orbs from it can crit. So I assume they can Hustler crit. That's scary. Armin Flint forces a crit anyway, by the way. Well, doesn't it only trigger on crits, is the whole thing? Orbs insta-kill, though? They do. They do. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. We're back to territory of, hey, this is cool, but, like, nothing lives long enough. Bossing option, then. We have recursion for that. Guess you need both projectile parts for the recursion to... No, why is this not ×2? Here, let me just go from the max damage dock, because some tired brain not processing. Just do it this way. Oh, it's just not listed correctly. Cool. Okay, this should be correct. Rad for that. This should be correct. Heart system, chat. It do be silly at times. Am I safe? Am I getting with that? Or more like with this? Hey, Felicia. To the point of making 10 quadrillion HP Grave Wards try to test yet? No, but it's funny that you bring that up, Striker. Because Stone Swan mentioned this, actually CZ mentioned this a bit earlier. But I think we were all sort of thinking it. With that 10 quad Grave Ward kill that Moxie did, he was using Executor and ADSing with Arman Flint. So we don't know how much of that 10 quad was the Arman Flint dot tech that we didn't know about at the time. Because all the parameters were met, and Executor is the biggest possible boost you can have to Arman Flint. So it could have played a big role in getting that kill. Hemo test? Recursion's just gonna eat Hemo for breakfast. I would want to go to probably Fire or Cryo instead, but yeah, Recursion just already eats Hemo. Breath of Dying for Hemo. Yeah, Recursion, yeah, already memes it. Breath of unrendered enemies. Minor change I want to do with the setup we had, it's add a wedding invite, one of the supports for debuffing purposes. Yeah, in particular, wedding invitation clone sounds really interesting. I think with wedding invitation we would want to have more cold bore as well. So we could like actually get the shots in the window. Maybe I can drop distributed denial. And move some blue tree stuff around to get more cold bore for that. Meant for the 10 quad setup. Ah, okay, okay. I don't know how practical the debuffing is on a clone setup. Well, clone just has to crit, is the thing. Which, yeah, it's gonna depend on which enemy. How dumb is the Zane dot thing gotten? Not super dumb, but we're still in the process of figuring out practical applications. It's one of those theoretically crazy things. Sort of kind of like how Ellie crit Anoint off of Unleash the Dragon either does nothing useful or so much damage that it's irrelevant still. That's kind of where we're at. But we found some cool ways of using this. A solid dock from the times too. Give me a eraser. There we go. Oh, I rad dotted myself. Luckily, beacon is cracked. It can just get us up. Killed something. It wasn't what I was aiming at, but I did kill something. Corrosive for this. I just wanted people are shooting hockey pucks at enemies again. It's definitely a very visually satisfying gun. I much prefer it now that it doesn't melt people's PCs as well. Embers Purge? I don't know. I don't know how the game will handle that. Just for funsies. Little redistributor. GA been tried yet? So GA does ludicrous damage with this. The problem is, we're not Amara. We don't have heavy rain, so it's really slow. The projectiles are really hard to actually hit with. It works, it's just very awkward. If you were going to use GA for this, I would probably advise having some way of holding enemies in place with, like, Frozen Heart. I hit myself with a beacon. That's where this death is gonna come from. Are you gonna spawn ads, Elder? I know you can. The question is, will you? Yeah, you know, I'll take the L here. I want to redo that. The question is, will the puddles hustler? They're not bullets, so they shouldn't. You could do exactly the same as our mid-flint, but fire and for melee slide slam. Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, that makes complete sense. And that's why UTD is kind of easier, I'm quoting, to get rolling, because simply hitting with melee is an easier condition. Melee things, namely Fish Slap and Stinger, are very easy to just scale higher. And you don't have to deal with the non-global V2 being weird as much. Although I suppose this might mean... Does this mean, CZ, that Stinger V2 doesn't benefit Unleash the Dragon? Etrigan, thank you for the 15 months. With the 8 streak. Hopefully text-to-speech actually reads this one.
Dear Mr. Quag, we are writing you today to inform you that we will no longer be providing cleaning services for your mansions. Our staff has reported feeling unsafe multiple times, related to your loud shouting and swearing at a children's gun game. Regards, Keck Cleaning Services.
Children's gun game. That's the most violently American phrase I've ever heard. Thank you for the shitpost as always, Etrigan. I hope you're well. Only the initial hit. Makes sense. Yeah, so GA supremacy as always for UTD. But we knew that. .8 instead of .2. Ooh, that's huge. A good one. Other good one. It's so good, chat. This gun is so fucking cool. Rapid violent shooting with a radiation gun in video games may poison my child both physically and mentally. Yes, protect the children. Gotta go for a bit, might not catch the end of stream. I appreciate you hanging out and helping out, CC. As always, it means the world. So hilarious how the gun based on range damage is one of the worst to use at range. Well, it's just because, like, hitting becomes the chore. Guardian Angel, when shooting it, is still one of the just highest damage guns in the game. It's just the difficulty in getting the hits to land is the main barrier. Anyone who's ever told you that GA doesn't do good damage when shooting it just did a shit test. Because it hits quite hard. And then, of course, the fact that it double dips. Short fuse, indiscriminate. Eraser. Like, that is very significant. And the beacon tech doesn't work as well against enemies that decide to fly. But when we can shoot through and hit the floor, it goes crazy hard. This radiation is an element. It's still here. You can still use it. But I catch your meaning. I would like, in whatever next lands title, I would like them to carry forward some version of both radiation and dark magic. Because I think that dark magic fills a really interesting role of... It's another survivability method that isn't lifesteal. And I think having as many non-lifesteal options as possible is a good thing. With these new Zane shenanigans, exclamation point OMF, Carter. Hellshock could be kind of fun here. Hellshock projectiles ricochet off terrain. Actually gonna pick this up. I gotta make room, but I'm gonna pick that up. We're dropping the radical. Stupid. Fucking hate that gun. Get it out of here. Does anyone know if a bangarang, like the thrown bangarang projectiles, can those eraser? Anyone happen to know? Ow. I don't know what that was. Leave me alone. More elements with different perks and abilities, the better. Cryo, Rad, Dark Magic, and all the others made the landscapes awesome. Yeah. I think certain elements did have, like, stronger identity in certain titles versus others. Like, I think Wonderland's Cryo encapsulates that the best. I think BL1 Corrosive, BL1 Shock are the real winners there. As long as Slag never comes back, we have a good game on our hands. And I think Dark Magic is cool, although it is in need of a couple bug fixes. Or... I suppose we don't know if they're bugs, they might just be oversights. So, like, there's three possible things with that. Certain things are just intentionally shit with Dark Magic. Certain things are accidentally shit with Dark Magic. Or there's a bug preventing certain things from being good with Dark Magic. But in any case, I would like Dark Magic to come back. Promotes more thoughtful gameplay, and that's always good, right? Slag would be okay if it wasn't just flat double damage, making something like 1.2 instead of having dot be okay. But, like, we have lots of other debuffing things. That's the thing, they're implemented better. Like Soaked, for example. Yeah, you mentioned Soaked. Soaked is specific to certain elements, and it carries a downside for certain other elements. Like, it's plus for Cryo and Shock, and minus for Fire. But it also isn't creating an entire element worth of bloat. Let me to illustrate this point real quick. Let me pull up Loot Lemon. Here. Okay, so we got Boomsicle pulled up here. We go to variants. This rolls in every element. You know, the sickle rolls in every element. Oh, they have these color-coded now. That's nice. That's new. So you have... Where do they have this listed? It's like an 8% chance to get any particular element. Now imagine if Slag was here as well. You have an element that's not designed for damage dealing, that just takes up a percentage of the drop rate for every single item that can roll it. Why that instead of just having dedicated debuff effects like we have in all the games, including the one with Slag in it? Like, we got its Piss Grenade. Each character, with the exception of Flak, gets some sort of debuff in their skill tree. We have Harmageddon Guardian rank. Wonderlands has Soaked. Wonderlands has Wrath of Nature and Exploit Their Weakness. I just feel those are better game design, and they don't lead to a literal entire element of part bloat. And also, nobody likes being told they have to use one specific thing on every single build. You can play without Slag in Borderlands 2, but it is simply less optimal to. Let me catch up. So, you know how dots have rule of only 1 dot per element per damage source? Arm and Flint can bypass that. You can Arm and Flint dot with a gun, then swap to an exact copy of the gun and apply a second dot. Ooh, that's very interesting. Yeah, you're absolutely right. So, we're definitely going to respec and get Cold War. Do you think we just shoot 2 recursions? That's what the grog is for. And we all know how great game design that was. Ugh. 3 recursions. Go hard. I like it. 3 recursions and a beacon. I do like having the smog for, like, precision. But... Hey, Panda. How you doing? Omniloader? Ooh, that's spicy. 3 recursions and an Omniloader? That's some tech. Man's got the sauce. G-Bill, 3 recursions? Yeah, because of the eraser tech, Beacon does more damage shooting through Wotan's leg into the ground than it does shooting Wotan's crit spot. Amazing. I shot on time this time, just had bad RNG. There we go. Play BL3 often? Very often, Ricky Spanish. I have about 6,900 hours in this game. I'll be hitting 7K sometime next week, probably. Recursion single target. I need to actually crit. What did I just hollow point? That was weird. Try with clone. Skill tree doesn't really allow that. Over 9,000 when? I don't see myself ever not playing this game, to be honest. I mean, maybe the next Lands game comes out and, like, does everything I love about BL3, and I find myself not going backwards, but for now, nothing scratches the itch the way this game does. So, maybe. Maybe. My go-to. Not a lot of dedicated streamers. Hey, well, it's I go through phases where I stream other games, but this is the one that I always come back to. This is what I built my channel on. This is what people, you know, flock to. And it's just kind of a chill thing I stream when I don't know what I want to stream as well. So yeah, mostly BL3 content here. So let's get more recursions. How do we feel about Splash Anoint here? I think because of Hustler and Eraser, I should just say Eraser there. Because of Eraser, Splash is like good, but yeah, the swap friendly issue. Do we go back to times 1s and use 150 over 90, or do we just stick with times 2 and use 150 over 90? I'm gonna need to respec, so let me fast travel back to the start anyway. I need to get Cold War. Heli crit. Yeah. One of those two. Let me figure out how I'm gonna assign skill points here. So the idea here, chat, is we want to get swap speed, so we can get real cheeky with certain things. Unironically gonna take a point of deja vu there. Because I think that does more than the point of sheer will. to figure out if my cat just made a noise. Cat. Well, he's knocked the fuck out. Wasn't him. Gonna want playing dirty. Suppose I don't really need violent violence as much. Airborne? Maybe airborne. Airborne could go hard. Come here often? I mean, I try not to. That's probably against TOS. Just once for a 3-day ban? Ah, yes, I see. How's our mag size without Bermudas? We get 3 shots. What do I do with the rest of these skill points? I could overspec blue. Get more reload speed, more playing dirty consistency. Could get Supersonic Man. I guess I want the green tree to get all-rounder. So we'll do that. That lets us keep Icebreaker consistency. I guess we skip Distributed Denial, because, like, So, DD will weaken the augments of the shield I have equipped, but apply them to my barrier, but only while the barrier is on the ground? If I remember correctly. So I should just skip that. Mr. Wan. So I guess I just have 2 points to mess around with. If I'm gonna do the Omni Loader tech, I don't need reload speed as much. So we could go playing dirty. But like, I already have 42% chance for the next 5 shots is pretty solid, because I could reproc during that 5-shot window. Not much else benefits me. Yeah. May as well get ultimate consistency. Alright, now let's see. Throw out those for now. Times 1 recursion then. I still think ×2 has value, because like, now we get 3 separate instances that can trigger Eraser. And like, the size of the hit still matters less here than getting the crit does. It's like, at least in mobbing, if we get the Eraser, then everything it touches is dead. So anointment-wise, let's go with 150 over 90. I don't need to give myself 3 of those. And then I need to make one more slot, and we'll grab an Omni Loader. Can Omni Loader be anointed? Doesn't matter. I'm just not gonna bother. To manually reload one of the other guns before you start. So, what do you mean? Like, Omni Loader won't re-trigger until you've manually reloaded another gun? correct? Okay. I guess one of these should be Ellie crit, huh? Whatever, doesn't matter. Stick with Rad there, Rad there. I guess a Corrosive Old God would make some sense. So we have Rad there. We'll cover our bases. Or until you manually reload. Okay, so the idea is I burn this one out, burn this one out, burn this one out, manually reload this one, burn it out again, Omniloader. Wait, does Omniloader have to be an empty mag reload? Yes. Shouldn't need an empty mag. Alright, well this one's at 1. No worky. Fully reload all your guns manually and try? Okay. I should really give all these different skins, you know, so I know which one's which. We'll go... The black one will be slot 2. We'll go a white one in slot 3. And we'll do a... How is that outside? Silver one there. Are waiting for longer. Okay. Reloaded. 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 Thanks, duct tape mod. Okay, now I'll... Testing theories. Wait longer. Okay, yeah, it worked that time. Let's see if it works again. Yeah, you just have to wait longer before switching back. That's all it is. Apologies if you hear some background noise, some sort of construction happening. I don't know what it is. Spent all weekend getting Ghostblade to Chaos 100, hitting Melee Bunny, watched your VODs, and got all info for Hammer Throw build. I was like, dang, I should have been looking for commas. Go for pickaxe. Pickaxe is what we use for peak hammer throw. Easier to target farm. I guess one of these recursions should have been a different element, huh? One of these should be like fire shock. Hang on. Hang on. Unless you want it. Like, I figure maybe if I want to apply a bunch of different dots at once. But, let's just see how this works out. I won't overcorrect. Need more striking skins on these. Oh yeah, that went back to default. Go obnoxiously bright on that one. I need to be able to tell them apart at a glance. Okay. Gotta go Clawbringer Justice so we throw in hammers. Both Clawbringer action skills you can make do a lot of damage in endgame. It's really nice. I think I'll do some Cleansing Flames on stream tomorrow. a lot of moving pieces to keep track of. But yeah, Omniloader definitely works. Ouch. Use more points in salvation. I think it's really cool. I can start a build in like 2 weeks. Chaos 100, it's a lot of fun. Yeah, once you get a hang of the system, it's very accessible. Because you get the gear while you're climbing, so it's not like it's ever time wasted. Problem with having 3 recursions is single target kinda becomes an issue. We're gonna keep the beacon. We're gonna keep the beacon for that. Yeah, look at that. That was a solid LE crit. Oh yeah, that wasn't Hollow Point I saw before, that was just it's piss from Duct Tape Mon. I need to not aim for the crit spot, I need to aim down. Single target help by having multiples, because stacking dots not better than single target gun. The idea is shoot one swap, shoot one swap. Ah, I see, I see. Between combat, reload, Omniloader. This is probably one of the most interactive Zane builds I've ever played. It's really interesting. Like I said, gets up 150. Mo's kind of gonna delete his character. Usually when people say things like that, it's something they're already willing to do. That's my take on that. Oh no. Please die. Thank you. might try this out in GTD. I know I've been in Malon all day, but Recursion grants some consistency that has me interested in seeing how far this damage can go. I mean, it's Hustler, Eraser, Recursion, so should be fine. Maybe ammo would eventually become a concern. No, I have a solution for that. Just, we run Absorb on the Old God instead of Vagabond. And we bring a Flacker. Just Flacker ourselves for ammo. This is feeling pretty smooth. We're running ASE rad 50%. I can change that. I don't need that. I'm gonna wait for Barrier to come back. Like I have ASE Cryo, ASE rad. I can change the ASE rad. Flawed test to see in regular dot and arm and flint dot. Right, yeah, those are separate. Homing, Baby Maker, and Arms Race. Nice. Make sure to empty mag chuck that so your ammo doesn't go goodbye. Thought I was seeing two. The swapping should still work though, as long as you have different elements, right? Still had dots going, apparently. Oh. Yeah, that's about what we've come to expect from Recursion, huh? What do I need to hit? Where's the actual hitbox? Oh wait, the chair thing's over there. There we go. Okay, so I need a recursion. We'll go with a fire shock one. Yeah, we'll go fire shock. So we can have all elements covered. More dot space and different element recursions counts for natural dots too. Yeah, that checks out. I wonder if status chance passives on artifact have any value here. Probably not over just getting a better double dip. But it'd be cool. got rad here. Fire here. We'll fast travel over there, run to the bathroom, and we'll try it out. Beer bit. Okay, I'm back. Kick charger, arm and flint dot. That's one of the first things I messed around with. It's like kick charger has a good natural dot. It also kills things. Arm and flint dot off of it would be good. So like in theory, you could get both on one shot, and that'd be a lot of damage. But it's a kick charger. It's already gonna kill whatever you're hitting. So. And many hit as a recursion gets, I don't think it's worth, but on high dot single shot guns like the Storm, maybe. I think Storm with an amp shield would be really good here. I want... Corrosive Old God. Here's what we'll do. We'll go level 60. We can have ASE movement speed. Go double absorb Vagabond. Wrong element. Do want rad. No, I'll stick with corrosive. I have rad on the artifact. And then cryo on the grenade. That probably won't kill me. It'll be fine. Freeze trap, I don't know if that'd be any different from the beacon. That does... So grease trap is boneless damage. It's not regular non-LE. It can apply a dot. How does Arm and Flint handle that? That's a question. Oh, and right, I need that flacker. Hang on. We don't need you. Yeah, flackers to switch to if we find ourselves in need of ammo. We'll keep the beacon on rad. Maybe instead of Omniloader for now, I just do go 3 recursions. This one on corrosive, this one on corrosive. Yeah, I like that. That single target cleanup on beacon is so valuable. Barrier doesn't have too much value in GTD because there's not that many enemies that shoot at you. So yeah, another clone W, but we all know clone clears faster. It doesn't teach us anything new. You get a straggler? Ah yeah. It almost died. I guess I'll go Rad Corrosive Shock. Another thing Clone would be doing here, even if we didn't have double barrel, is he'd be capable of stacking up Hustler for us. Ensure some consistency. Oh yeah, if you guys didn't know, recursion with Eraser versus Diadems is silly. You can apply that to any Zane build that has Eraser, by the way. Whether it's a Hustler one or not. Oh, I shouldn't pull enemies into the thing. That was silly. Yeah, as I'm thinking about it, Action Skill Star Frozen Heart just goes ridiculously hard here, does it not? That's Icebreaker access. It's crowd control. Some extra free damage. I need to stop using No Way Out. Because I keep pulling enemies into bad places. He says right before doing it immediately again. Alright, fine, I'll come over here. Yeah, I'm gonna blame No Way Out for this. Even though I'm aware of it, I keep doing it. Which is the worst kind of problem. Bonus elements don't work. Thank you for testing. That's good info. Shoot swaps only make it multiple dots. Makes sense. This works pretty well. Obviously not speedrun efficiency right now, but in other words, slow. What do you mean? I should really just get the grenade I wanted instead of settling for a hex that was in my inventory, but it's fine. Something I need to test is Arm and Flint off of Sparkplug crits. And see how crazy those go. How much movement speed do I have? Zane build that can barely do that? It's toxic. This is slow. I'm working on my quag to quag translation. Well done. I don't know why I wanted to get that kill, but I did. I've never actually fired a recursion at this boss before. On Zane, at least. So I was curious to see how the projectiles act. I think this might be a beacon situation. Yo, Beacon Situation? That's such a good band name. Totally buy their debut album. Oh, that was a good dot we had ticking there. I couldn't see the numbers, but like it was moving the health bar. Yeah, Ellie crit triple dipping the corrosive versus armor matchup was a long way to getting some damage in here. I really need to hit the correct trajectory on these shots to have my damage. Down through the boss into its feet. Interactive Zane gameplay, chat. Bounces aren't going back to the boss. Awkward. There we go. The good dot. Oh, dying. Using the jump pads as VMware driver is so much fun. Yeah. You can also do some really interesting ground slam trajectories with it. So depending on where the boss is, you can just like launch yourself and then stall your momentum so that you hit the desired place. It's really fun. TNTina. Is that gun a racer? I feel like I always ask and I never retain the answer. Is Insider a racer? Worth testing. Do we go, what, times 6 Insider, do you think? Thank you for testing. Fuck you, Butter. Tried TNT on Hustle Racer and it's just bad. Whatever's lowest. Alright, let's see. Go primary, corrosive, secondary radiation. Rip 1. 1 damage. One thing to be careful of with the Insider, we have handling on Zane, so it's fine, but this thing has a shitload of recoil. Like a lot. If you get bad parts. Or, I should say, the wrong parts. Also chugs a lot of ammo. Let's see. Yeah, times 6. Hey, Fish Sticker. Labid here for this testing. How you doing? Good to see you. Tig's Boom? Never thought about Tig's Boom here. Maybe. Isn't bad, but isn't great. Yeah, it's held back a lot by the fact that it isn't a shotgun. Like, it just doesn't get shotgun. Yeah, that's a racer. That was a racer. That ain't bad. That ain't bad at all. Should have grabbed a fire one. So I can do some decent things with the racer. Yeah, this isn't entirely a racer that we're doing, Fish Sticker. This is also a dot build. You're taking advantage of Arman Flint. The new tech discovered is exclamation point OMF. Basically means Zane can apply some really mean gun dots. Now, it's on the same parameter as triggering a racer, so you just kind of have both happening. Which is why, at first glance, this just looks like an eraser build. Because we have no reason not to also be doing eraser stuff. Insider going crazy. This thing with a one-shotter would be very interesting. One-shotter toboggan? Okay, low on ammo. This is where the flacker comes in. good. I need to swap in this instance. Ha! Yeah, muscle memory. I'm so used to using it to regen launchers. Reads title. Oh, what happened? Exclamation point OMF. You'll love it. OMFG. Say 23 mil on those dots. Nice, J-Bridge. That's cool. That's what we're going for. Did I hit the button? I did. Oh, get out. Get out. This crystal's gonna be awkward because I need the Ceres to stay still and I need to... Hang on. Because I keep doing this shit to myself. As much as No Way Out is great for our single target damage here, I'm actually stupid and I just keep using it to make crystals worse. So we're just gonna stop doing that. Dotted myself. This does enough damage, right? Does. Fine, we'll change platforms. Have it your way, game. Over the shoulder, colder shoulder. Hate you. Deserved. I left my barrier over there. That's awkward. I just kind of forgot the action skill existed, I'm gonna be honest. Oh, we're at spawn cap, so the Ceres will fly over. Can I get a super long range ricochet? Is that in the cards? No? Okay. Come on, Hustler. There we go. Thank you. Armor flint as well aiming hit crits? Yeah. to that one. ADS. I see we went with the Canadian. So squirrely. They just shift like a little bit. Sarah, it's not Canadians. Just realized I had two incomplete thoughts. Oh, pick up my barrier. New Zane things, Ken. Exclamation point OMF. Can't use mantas in the air there. It's rude. I guess it's just a bad angle for Insider to do its thing. Ooh, that was just unlucky. Watch my footing a little bit. A little bit better, I should say. Man, having projectile speed. I know I've said it at least 5 times this stream, but... Brain freeze, you're so sick. Yeah, 10 brain freeze is basically every 3 gun crits, or every 3 crits I hit against an enemy freezes them, essentially. Unless we get some mathematically unlikely outcomes. I kind of want to try Corrosive Insider. Let me... Oh, I have Corrosive. What status image boost can you guys Zane set up? Exactly one thing, and that's Executor. The Anoint on guns only applies to certain things. So only Executor. We're using Hustler right now, but Executor would be your peak damage with this interaction. Since it also benefits from crit damage, and Executor also gives you cryo damage, it just does a lot for the build in general. We're using Hustler at the moment, but... The 3 class mods that would take greatest advantage of this would be Hustler, Executor, and Spy. Spy because it can give you Arm and Flint without you having to invest. Insider not fantastic against Little Scourge here, but that's not terrible either. I wonder, am I this toxic? Yeah, I think I am. Pillars and GTD are enemies, by the way. Oh, look at that dot on Scourge. That's a 40 mil dot almost from just recursion. Bounces aren't going in the direction I wanted them to. I'll just dot you with the recursion, it's fine. The fuck hit me? There we go. Killers are enemies, most real thing. Yeah, there's something to that, isn't there? Ah yes, EchoCast, I am live. Thank you for noticing. Some good eraser RNG here. That's something. There we go. Maybe we'll put the flacker on instead of the insider. Yeah. Swapping still has an advantage because I can refill my mag that way. Ooh, how big's that dot? A 24 mil from the beacon? Correct element. Thank you, Groundbreaker. Hey John, how you doing? Good to see you. We gotta aim for the feetsies with this. The idea is we get Hustler triggers, then the eraser projectile will then go and hit the ground and do some good damage. That's how we got that good dot there. Yeah, it's 31 mil. Rad dot, I think I saw from Rad Beacon. What do you think, chat? Hemo next? Add a melee to the Mara build and talk about a lot. Yeah, you mentioned wanting to do that. Foursome, Icebreaker, White Elephant. That's one of the best White Elephants I've ever seen, to be honest. That thing is... Like, if the AoE had been in a different slot... Damn. But, like, that's still really good. Look at this shit. That's a really good drop. Pearl drop, throw it back. Yep, doesn't count, not rewarding. I think a Protuberance might be good on this setup. Like, we already know it's a good eraser gun, but it's element flexible. Too many shotguns, though. When did this become a shotgun build? I need to regen my ammo. Sorry for flashing lights. Here, I'll run into them backwards. There we go. Spare us our vision, you know? Alright. So we want Corrosive there. Incendiary there. Let's go to Hemo. See how this does over there. I'm pleasantly surprised with how this has gone thus far. It's difficult to get value out of the status effect aspect of this, particularly once you've got eraser chains and stuff going, but it is really nice single target. I think that's something this brings to the table for all eraser builds. You can just have dot single target as a backup whenever your eraser consistency fails you. Or on top of that damage. GTD rewarding in my BL3? Is there command being by high hit weapons? So weapons that inflict a lot of instances of damage. Because the more crits you get, like while you're ADSing, each of those will inflict a dot. So if I'm aiming my recursion, and then my previous recursion shot crits 4 enemies back to back, then like you get more, right? Or is it just for the initial one? Is it one per trigger? No, it shouldn't work that way. Can't stack dots? No, on different enemies. Does it not apply to multiple? Is it just the original one? OBS? OBS, please. I suppose that's something I never asked about. Is there a cooldown on this? The recursion or insider? I have both on me. I have 2 recursions. We did use an insider a little bit in GTD. Insider's good. But high hit also means more eraser. That's the other reason that's important. Because, Armament Flint and Eraser both trigger off of crits, so you may as well get more of them. High hits for dots on enemies. Yeah, that's what I was referring to. I wasn't meaning, like, it's gonna dot the same enemy multiple times. Yeah, no. My game stalled for a second there. It was concerning. Come on, Hustler. Give me the crit. We're running ×2, so this happens less, but, like, it still happens. There we go. There we go. 7 mil dot. Rad. Oh, we got him with shock. Cool. Unlucky. Give me the crits. Yeah, there we go. There's crits. Maybe I need some amp for this level of HP. What does a beacon do against you? Still well. If I get, like, underneath... Can I kind of hit your crit spot? Not quite. That's just a regular gun dot. Oh, hollow point. Boo. I should turn that off. I'd like a second target to be near you. I did not prepare appropriately with insider elements for this situation. Maybe I should have. Let's actually see how that goes. Herald would be good here too. We get a lot of hits with this. Oh, perfect recursion situation. Oh, there's a big dot. I couldn't see the value. That looked like 18 mil? Which makes sense because Vermi has no HP. Oh, I need ammo. Leave me alone. Toxic. I think I'd like a little more mag size. Because I'm only getting 2 shots before I'm unscoped. I need additional targets for recursion to be good here. Forgotten this banger song. Hey Zero, how you doing? Also Breath of Dying for this fight? Definitely Breath of Dying for this fight. We're gonna run it back. Back what I miss. Oh, we did a GTD. It went pretty well. Insider is has potential in this setup. Against the right target. Yeah, Breath of the Dying is definitely one of the peak options here. I need a better single target fire weapon. How does Hell Shock? It's like I picked up a Hell Shock. I know it bounces off terrain, so it does dual elements. I've always been curious about Hell Shock here. Like, not awful as far as guns go, but uninspiring. Revisit that later. Let's see, fire guns that are good here. And this is cryo. The Herald, so we know it'll be good, but yeah, it's an amount. No dot, it's cryo, but boring. Slow hand? Maybe. There's a good natural dot. I don't know how much the impact would be doing, and I don't know if it erasers. Firestorm, Ember's Purge testing. Ember's Purge isn't gonna... Like, it's gonna do the thing because of Puddle, but not really... Here. Just so I'm not writing off things before trying them. I'll grab one. What do I even put on this? 150 over 90, sure. Ignore the Hyperion shotguns. Like, this is just what Ember's Purge does normal. Maybe try to shoot through another enemy. But yeah, that's just a normal puddle. That was definitely an eraser projectile spawning the puddle. But just normal. I mean, nothing interesting there. Mongol? Mongol hits a lot. But I don't know if we'd get good dot value. I don't know if a Mongol erasers. Cutsman, we tried DNA earlier. It seemed awkward. Let's see if Puddle's good Hustler. No, only bullets Hustler. Puddles aren't bullets. And it's only certain kinds of bullets. Complex root work, yes, but complex root is not something you will ever see me using with radius stuff. One, because it's damaging to people's eyes. Two, because it's a... I don't know if it's a bug, but it's like an intentionally stupid thing that's just... It's shoot, delete, whole map. It's not interesting enough for me. Think the Mongol erasers? Alright, we'll try it. Puddles aren't bullets, thank fuck. Start Mongol. Fire. Ellie crit, I guess. Kick Charger? Yeah, Kick Charger has a high dot. I can't tell how much of that is just it having damage. Need to use photo mode and look at the dots. Nothing remarkable. It's a lot of little hits. Firefly pistol. Firefly pistol is just kind of a weak item in general. Doesn't do much damage, especially for the pistol category. It wouldn't really be doing much here. We'll keep the Mongol around, but... No kick charger would do the job. Ever get an indication of grease trap would be interesting? It's something to try out. It's something to try out. I doubt it would leave a Armand Flint non-Ellie, but like, maybe. Has anyone tested any of the boneless damage guns with Armand Flint? It's Blade Fury, Grease Trap. There's another one, right? I guess I'm anyone. Let's find out. Bro, just be anyone. You raise a good point. You raise an excellent point. These are just non-anointed because it doesn't really matter against this particular target right now. Try Grease Trap first. I'm about just calling these guns boneless is freaking hilarious. It's non-LE damage that isn't non-elemental, Ken. That's what makes it funny. It's like non-LE that gets elemental. See, it has a dot. That's just like the gun doing that. And because it's boneless damage, it gets like... It bypasses certain immune phases because it's not non-elemental. So it's boneless damage. Okay, I would love to be able to see Hemo. Thank you. Asshole. And get that pizza boneless. Yeah, this just looks like normal Grease Trap stuff. It'll be easier to see with the Blade Fury since that doesn't leave a dot normally. Just need to shoot the Blade Fury until I see crit. Yeah, it doesn't look like it. Doesn't look like it. Neither of those make sense to me, Viper. I don't know what you just said. What else potentially erasers? Here, let me, there is very helpfully in the Zane build stock, there is a section of eraser weapons, helpfully structured by, how hard they eraser. Look at this for some inspiration. Yeah, we already tried some of these. We're looking for stuff that won't, like, necessarily kill outright, but that might do good dot stuff in the process, too. Major Kong Razor's Crazy has high dot? Yeah. Major Kong's the highest per trigger pull single target weapon, and it also has crazy multi-target eraser and a dot. Crazy weapon. I kind of want to try a Fire Scoville, but I'm going to die if I do that. I'm going to die if I do that. I'll keep thonking. I'll keep thonking. Then die. Helpful. You guys saw it here, chat. My moderator's just telling me to die. There's not a single one of them that wouldn't. Realize you're left-handed? I'm not, actually. I am right-handed. I have my, Okay, my connection's being weird. I'm not left-handed, actually, Dynamo. I'm right-handed. Like, this is my right hand. My camera's just flipped. This is my right hand. Death through testing as a warrior's death. It's Plasma Eraser. I don't know, but it definitely dots well. It does the arm and flint aspect of this well. We got a good ricochet there. I'm just kind of shooting the boss all I think of weapons. Typical Gearbox game streamer's card isn't accurate. Do we know if backburner are erasers? I'm kind of scared to find out. But like... let's find out. We're on a fire one. Sure, AC splash is fine. Ow. Well, that just did damage. Did more than I was expecting. I mean, I am shooting a gun on Zane, so I probably shouldn't be surprised. Still did more than I was expecting, though. These are just my guns I've dropped for the most part. Torb Company Man with AoE and Cryo. Not bad. Yeah, we need to do that again so we can see Backburner again. I don't think it erasers, but the Hustler Arm and Flint tech might make it good enough to still be desirable. Like if we get a good dot off of it. Because it hits enough times that we're probably able to get a bonus element to dot off of it as well, if we wanted to. Like, dot naturally, that is. Not off of Arm and Flint, because sadly, that no worky. This does mean that that idea of, Cryo URAD benefiting from Arm and Flint for the rad dots is not gonna quite work out that way. You'll just get the freezing, which isn't bad. Need you to land. quite enough height there. Direct impact. This is why people like Creamer and stuff for Eraser, because you don't need to worry about targets like this. Shocker and Recursion are good, but you do have to aim to some extent. I should be dead. Like a decent dot. Yeah, that's just the arm and flint off of the backburner hits. It's a lot of little hits, so it's not going to be as big as it could be. Kong would definitely generate bigger stuff there. We try Kong? I think we should try Kong. We'll drop that for now. Tried out a Kong earlier, it's just consistency was kind of an issue. Amp would go a long way for this too. That'd be like, I guess for situations like this, Toboggan over Vic Rush makes sense, huh? So we're not really benefiting from Icebreaker at all versus Hemo. Really? Flying enemies are obnoxious. Let's see if this hurts you anyway. You're corrosive immune, but like... maybe. Good eraser. God, fucking land, please. Don't make me equip my beacon, Hema. Just want to test against the big face. Liz. Liz. Not built for this. Oh. Okay. I want a barrier now. Come on, Hustler. Give me crits. No crits. This is the less interesting part of testing new things like this, chat. Troubleshooting. I actually need shields. Come on. Like if you could stop hitting me. The Forbidden Insider work? Yeah, it works okay. Has some potential. That was a good eraser. Stay ADS. There's the dot. 25 mil? Nice. That's 25 mil without any amp. Without Executor. Means Kong dot can get pretty crazy here. Could also have like airborne Kong. Or even more. Yeah, I am thinking for situations like this where enemies have this much health, the most useful application of this Armand Flint tech is still gonna be just be aware of it on a regular Hustler Eraser build, a lot of times. Like if you're using a Yellow Cake or a Globetrotter, or a Recursion on the standard Hustler Eraser setup, then just ADS as much as possible is the takeaway. It's not going to affect your gameplay on a Creamer. But on elemental weapons, definitely do that. With swapping. I think maybe I do need some bonus elements. I opted to not have them for you know, lacquer purposes. But my consistency seems to go way down without them. Like Burmy died. That's cool. That was a good little bounce chain. Or back to this situation. I suppose I can shoot that back burner again. See what's up with that. Yeah, that's just regular old back burner damage. Yeah, it's just back burner being good. Which probably means this Globetrotter there, superior. Although that would likely kill us, right? That would just be a huge explosion. Slower swap, too. Hey, loadout-wise, it's coming together. It's coming together. On those two, I think that can stay for now. Let's go back to Malawan. Brainstorm while I kill. I've been live 5 hours already. I'll go a little bit longer, just a tiny bit. Tiny bit. Yeah, in terms of the to-test list, I do need to do a version of this with a bunch of amp where I shoot less frequently. The caveat of that is going to be less frequent shots means we're going to see less frequent erasers. That's not because the chances are lower, it's just because the whole process is happening less frequently. So the damage would probably become even spikier. But like, an Insider from a one-shotter toboggan setup, that dot's probably gonna go crazy, or those dots. The damage profile of this perfectly suited to Malawon. Perfectly suited. Works in Guardian, just the nature of Hemo. Which I guess kind of makes sense. Gun builds as a whole are generally not fast on Hemo. This is still a gun build that's trying to become a dot build. Gun build cosplaying this dot build, yeah. There we go, that was a good eraser. Another good one. Hey Cal, how you doing? Good to see you. VTech's gotta be useful for lots more guns. Yeah. Like, the beacon projectiles aren't particularly special. It was something we already did with the Insider. Now we know to do it with the beacon, but there's gotta be more guns where that's useful info. Not bad, first exam down today, finally started Wonderlands. Let's go. Congrats. So weird to see Recursion dominate again. Time is a flat circle. Well, since Hustler came out, this was possible. And then, obviously, in DLC 5 and 6, even more stuff supported it. Well, since Eraser came out, I should say. So since DLC 5, this has been possible on Zane. And then on Amara, it's had dot applications for a while. You could kind of get it to perform on Flak and Moze, but it's definitely most suited to Zane and Amara. Still a good gun. Just, it's now, like, build dependent, rather than it being, if you have projectiles, it kill map and CPU, you know? Zan is real. Yeah. Yeah, let's watch this. Wedding invitation. Ooh, you did it. Yeah, that's a dot. That makes sense. Yeah, you've got Omnom, Toboggan, and then the Armen Flint dot is double dipping the wedding invitation debuff. Have you tried then swapping and hitting a second shot with a Ellie crit wedding invite? Like, immediately just swap and do that. And hey, soccer chick. Currently have a toolbox in my hand, just got 12-hour night shift, going to fix a neighbor's door. They've been trying to fix the last 6 hours. I thought that was a pasta, but like, now that I read that, it looks like something you'd actually do. That's just single target recursion right there. That was no bouncing. That's just the gun being good. Not a pasta, I'm so pissed. Oof. It's gonna be a wild experience for them. You just show up like, since you clearly can't fucking handle it, I'll do it so I can sleep. Missed. Missed again. So, like, I feel like more points in Deja Vu might actually be good here, because it allows me to just stay ADS longer. Because with playing Dirty Active, I'd be getting back 3 ammo on a trigger with this recursion, right? Swap Elicur just deletes them. Yeah, it makes sense. Because the Nova that's triple dipping is also going to be triple dipping the debuff, right? Or at least double dipping, because I don't know if the original Wedding Invitation shot would get it, but like the R-Man Flint dot got it, and then the Nova would be getting it as well. How many enemies do you think that's going to be useful against? Do you think we could efficiently kill, say, Scourge with that? Look at that damage. That's way more than what you'd get by actually shooting a crit spot. I wonder if I can shoot up through the leg. Like, do the same thing in reverse. I think it worked, actually. Nice little dot taking care of that layer for us. Might be a really stupid question. It's not. I just got here with the dot component. Yeah, detailed in that command, but basically the explanation, because you haven't played Wonderlands to know what alchemical agent is. Zane's Purple Tree Capstone creates a status effect that is based on the damage you dealt, which is different in a few ways from how normal dots are applied. It means that that new dot can double dip certain damage bonuses, which is not something that happens with regular dots. And it also means that you get a different dot than the one that's on the card of your item. And you can get that while also getting your normal dot on the same hit. if I could shoot up through the legs, Quag 2023. Listen, it's not the first time I've said that. Not the first time I've succeeded either. King's Queen's Call I think is going to be really good. All elements, Jacob's crit. Yeah, innate Jacob's crit and then manufacture Jacob's crit. Works well with playing dirty. Think we try that out next? I'm down to try that out next. Make a rad and a cryo one. Hi 2021 Quag, it's me 2023 Quag. I know, time travel. Anywhooms, I know you hate the new Zane skill tree, power go up, yada yada, but portal opens up behind him. Oh crap, I don't have much time. But Armin, Flint, and Dots. Anywho, bye. Nice one. Yeah, we'll go with a crit hammer. How much ammo do these things consume per shot? 3, 4, 2? Kind of want to go with the 6 mag. Yeah, crit hammer, 6 mag. Be fine. Let's do Ellie crit just because I think that'd be interesting. Yeah, we're gonna have to do wedding invitation as well at some point, though that doesn't have to be right now. Because Mr. Sean confirmed it's already good. Yeah, so that tech is going to be very interesting. It's just we need to figure out where it's applicable. Have you tried it on Grave Ward? Like, I know Grave Ward has dot washing, but maybe. Maybe. Trying to figure out how much damage Yellow Crit was doing. Couldn't decide to do a little damage by shooting while in midair from the jump pad, swat, and detonate 964. So yeah, cleanly over damage cap. That's good. That's very good. Also tracks with what we know about how that anoint functions. That's pretty cool. It's pretty spicy. Maybe I grab a mag size boost. Yeah, let's make a Hustler with Jacob's crit, and then an Icebreaker Vic Rush with 1 rad roll and then mag size. UTD works on Grave Ward, so I assume Armin Flint dot works. Yeah, it works. It's just the thing is the duration. Like, UTD works on Grave Ward. The problem is Grave Ward takes reduced length of dots. He just washes them off faster than other enemies do. After a change they made. Weird change, but it's just what Grave Ward does. So the question is, like, do you have time to do the LA crit tech on Grave Ward? Was my main curiosity. So many artifacts. The way I make myself gear is I just kind of put it all on one save. So one of my saves has like a few thousand items in the backpack. I can't load it without crashing my game. But I don't need to load it. Had to be some kind of extremely high dot to start, then Ellie crit swap instantly. Exactly, exactly. That's why White Elephant is generally better for Grave Ward melting than Unleash the Dragon is, because despite Unleash the Dragon doing massively more damage, White Elephant isn't subject to having like 3/4 of its damage deleted. It's a new Zane discovery! Exclamation point OMF. There's a brief explanation, but basically, Purple Tree Capstone makes really strong status effects. Stronger than the card indicates they would make. Earlier popped in, looked like you were using Redistributor, was that good? Yeah, it worked out, Kirk. It's just because, like, the reason why Redistributor on Zane is a combo that works, I'm being careful not to call it good too many times, is because Barrier forces it to trigger 7 times more often than it normally does. So the Redistributor is only made particularly desirable by multiplying its overall effect many, many times. So like, Mo's can achieve the same with Russian Offensive and an Amp Shield. Flak can get more frequent shots through either Fade Away or Monkey Do. But like, it's important to note that the gun isn't worth anything unless you're maintaining high consistency on forcing the gimmick to happen more often, and also supplementing it with other things. Redistributor just happens to tick a few boxes. So that's why it's in use here. I still would never call it good, but it can work. Does spy boosting Arm and Flint have any factor on this? So going to 2 out of 1 is just going to make your hit do a little more damage. So your dot will technically get stronger, but not because of Arm and Flint. It's just because your shot was stronger. Using a spy to get Arm and Flint, though, is interesting because it lets you have this tech without having to cap out your Purple Tree. There's like 3 main class mods that are good with this. You've got Spy to get Arm and Flint. Well, technically we need to test 2 out of 1. Yeah, we need to test to make sure it works that way, but with our current understanding, huge asterisk next to it, it shouldn't make the thing better. Shouldn't. But it might. Because it might change the math the game uses to determine the impacts and then the dot. So maybe. Current theory is that it doesn't. As far as we know, at this moment in time, simply having the skill is enough, and the main value of Spy with Arm and Flint would be getting the skill without going down Purple Tree. The 3 main class mods that are good with this tech are Spy to like get this skill, to be determined whether or not going 2 out of 1 is valuable or not. Hustler to trigger it more often, and Executor because it gives, with max kill skill efficiency, 28% status damage, and that acts as a fresh multiplier to the dot. So it's just any Arm and Flint dots you get with Executor on top of having the crit from Executor are just 28% bigger. Which doesn't sound like a lot, but in terms of overall damage output, that's like huge. Huge, huge, huge. Making me aim. This is toxic. I should be using the corrosive one right now, for being honest. Let me just have both of those equipped. Hey, that's quick. Non-elemental stinger work for that black belt dude speedruns with? Yeah, any element works. Certain elements will be better against certain targets depending on what you're fighting, but yeah, any element will work. Just hoping for a hustler. Ah, we got one. I was hoping for more. Yeah, not gonna lie, I was hoping for a little more. We'll just have to use it on something with an actual crit spot. It's fine. King's Queen has always just been satisfying to me. Yeah. Rowan, call me. Her mother's getting worried. Rowan's call would be good here, too. Doesn't work well on Grave Ward, weaker, it ends way sooner. Ah, there you go. Thank you for testing. Unlucky. Do you not get the projectiles from shooting frozen enemies? Is that what was just happening there? I gotta try Rowan's call. Thanks for bringing that up, Cal. I feel like that might be pretty good here. Hey TSG, how are you? Yeah, Rad definitely the player right there. Funny how you can just kind of test in safety as Zane. I'm not even really paying much attention to what's happening, I'm just looking at damage numbers. Let me get rid of your shield. Not a bad chunk. Yeah, it's not bad. Recommends driver for overall non-optimized gameplay with Amara. It depends on exactly what you're doing, but yeah, it's a good class mod. I do use it myself pretty often. It's just one of those things you need to be aware of the downsides and the use cases when choosing it. Which you could apply to like anything in the game, to be fair. Before we kill that, let's intentionally reset. I want to grab a Rowan's call. Half Grave Ward HPU, Stinger, UTD, Executor. Yeah, the dot just washes. Rowan's call. We'll go Rad. Cat, what are you doing over there? guess stock 3. Yeah, base damage is fine. Although, we won't have a crit part otherwise. No, we won't. We want stock 1? Yeah. Yeah, I'll go stock 1. I could go LE crit. Let's see how 150 over 90 does. Feel about low level shields for builds? Depends on how low level you go. As long as it's still a level that could be legitimately obtained without exploits, I have no problems with it. When you start seeing like level 1 anointed super soldiers, yeah, that's not a thing that you can actually do by normal means. Solid dot. Hey CZ, welcome back. Should note that Executor is going to do way better than Hustler with this weapon. Just due to the nature of how it works. We're going to do a run with Hustler so we still have flexibility for other guns. Farm for 13 level super soldier, start a new character, join a friend, and I'm 11. I don't know how I feel about that, because that's not something a solo player can, like, achieve. Like, you didn't get Mayhem 11 on that character. So, at least when I use items, I try to have them at levels that are feasible. Like, for example, I keep my Revolters if I use low level ones. I try to keep them in the 30s, because you could finish the story, go to Mayhem 11, and then farm a Revolter at level 30, and it'd be feasible. That's just personally how I view it. Just want to get your take on it. Yeah. It's a conversation that's like everyone's gonna have their own threshold of what they consider acceptable. I'm not up my own ass enough to police it. Outside of, say, a time trial setting where there's leaderboards in question. I want to make sure everyone's as even a footing as possible. Yeah, outside of that, I don't really care. I think Queen's Call is going to be interesting on the Wotan split. I mean, we already have recursion for that, but it's another way of brutalizing that. See a lot of anointed low brawler words from our at times on leaderboards. Yeah, that's one of those things. It's it ultimately makes very little impact, so it's like whatever, but yeah, you can't technically get some items low level anointed without use of another player. Whether or not that's legitimate, that's up for debate. There's very few situations where I would say, hey, don't do that. Let's just put it that way. Like with a brawler ward, it doesn't make a difference. Thank you, Recursion. Very cool. The big thing to look out for is there's some more, let's call them arcane anoints that have only certain level brackets where they're like, they exist legitimately. And that's the biggest thing to watch out for with level items. Like for example, the shield I'm using right now is level 60 because this anoint can't be obtained on any items above level 60 because it technically can't be obtained at all anymore. But there was a point in time where level 60 was the cap where you could get that. So that's why my shield looks the way it does. I think using a friend is more legit than using something like Airborne. See, the thing with something like Airborne is I've had, on a shift maintenance day, my game crashed, and I was just like, let me just keep playing anyway. And Airborne back in the pool when shift servers aren't available. So, like, that's not legit. I got it as a drop in my game, playing naturally. But I get your point. It's like everyone's got a different threshold there. Sure, but it's clearly not intended. Right. In both cases, it's not intended. So, like, how can we say one's okay and the other's not? And I don't think we really can. It's just which one do you have more personal distaste for, and ultimately that doesn't matter. Like, I might not like the low-level thing with co-op, but I can't really say with 100%, you know, that it's not okay. It's just one of those things, is what it is. I don't think you can tell what their intentions are with using a friend. They definitely removed Airborne from the pool. They did. But it brings up the ethical thing of, okay, what if this is on an item that existed back then? With some of those anoints. That's not going to be applicable with Airborne because we had level cap increases. So, you know, that's different. But like, this shield, for example, its movement speed, I think with weapon anoints, you're right, that like they don't want that to be a thing, but it's a thing that can happen. Just like over in Wonderlands, there's that SMG that can get, the Kobold, that can get a blade part that isn't even physically attached to the gun. It's very visibly not supposed to be there, but it's a thing that happens naturally in the game. Why was it removed? Because people who don't know what they're talking about complained that it was bloating the pool, and Gearbox, in an attempt to appease those people, was like, alright, we're pruning the pool, and it was just one of the casualties. There were some anoints that, you know, removing them was good. That was not one of them. Removing Airborne sliding was one of the most requested things by a very vocal section of the community at that point in time. And their value was not really known outside of theory crafters. Like, at the time, Zane speed kills of Wotan were using while sliding recursions. Like, that was the tool. But the masses didn't like the anoint because they looked at it and were like, this number's lower than ASE, which I can't necessarily fault them for. Because if you don't know that different damage boosts are in different categories, it just looks worse, right? Condition is clumsy plus low number, hard to see value immediately. Now, I maintain that Airborne isn't actually that clumsy, because it's very easy to just bunny hop, but I do get your meaning. I gotta break the brain case first. Yeah, that's Queen's call. Not so good against this. Version, you wanna do the thing? No? Unlucky. There we go. Less knowledge of the game by the masses hurts diehard players. Feel it's true across multiple games. I don't think it's that simple. Because as easy as it is to knee-jerk once you know the intricacies of the game and blame the people who don't know those things, you cannot blame people for not knowing something that the game doesn't tell them. I don't think that's fair. I think the farthest you can go in that direction is pushing back against the lack of open-mindedness. Like people who say that they are 100% certain how a particular thing works that they haven't tested. Maybe push back on that. But like, on a surface level, at the time of those anoints being in the game, your average player had no reason to believe that Airborne and sliding were good anoints unless they were told that they were and why, which the game doesn't do. As soon as we get to the point where it's like, hey, people who are just playing the video game and looking at things at face value, as soon as you start looking down on that, it leads to this slippery slope of, like, weird elitism and something to be aware of in your interactions. That is to say, there absolutely have been times where uninformed players with very strong opinions and very strong emotional responses to things have caused damage to games. For example, the infamous World Drop nerf with DLC 6 was championed by people who do not play the game, do not know how the loot systems in the game work, and do not care the impact of the changes on people who do not play like they do. And that combination led to just the loot system in the game getting worse. Did not help a single thing, only hurt the game. So, educated conversation on game mechanics still has its place for sure. Wedding invite time? I think it's wedding invite time. Let's try that next. I can drop one of these GAs for now. World Drop nerf certainly made those people come back and play. I know, right? And I know I'm having to give a lot of disclaimers as we discuss these things, but I do want to make it clear that not actively playing a game does not mean you don't have valid takes on it. That is not the takeaway there at all. It's a willful ignorance of how something works, while still presenting yourself as an authority on the subject, makes you a fucking problem. Especially when you have a platform to push those takes on. That's all the point is. Gaming discords are toxic, even if there is knowledge. Finding it can be a bad experience. That's true. We're blaming people for things they don't know. I blame everyone in the world for our running out of oil today. Going off my experience with D2 and how you're talking about how it got taken out because most people are underformed BO3. Yeah. There's situations where that can absolutely be how things play out for Sticker. Yeah. We've had a few situations like that in Lands games. World Drop nerf in BL3. Buffs to various items in both BL3 and Wonderlands. How about that sniper rifle buff in Wonderlands, huh? Do I want to fire Old God? I think I want to fire Old God. I have a lot of recursions. About the reflux buff? Which one? Oh, yeah, all those. It's pretty well documented that sometimes Gearbox does buff things just to get people to use them. For example, Herald and Void Rift both had their damage doubled. Neither of them needed that, but they both had their damage doubled. Lightspeed, yeah, Lightspeed got an 8% buff that everyone was like, huh? Clairvoyance got a buff that everyone was like, huh? It happens. Haven't touched D2 in 2 months as the changes they've been implementing are not healthy in my own opinion. So generally, for very casual players, touch the game once, twice a year. It's not a bad thing because they're still paying money for the game. Just feels bad for the people who spend a lot of time. It's meant for D2, it can be applied to other games such as Lands. It's a difficult place to be in as a developer, right? Because you want to keep new players coming in, and you want to retain as many of them as possible. Catering to the most hardcore is just not a good business model. Ever. And I say that as someone who tends to be in the more hardcore category in whatever games he plays. Just because I sink a lot of time into things, which is not something your average consumer does. I also nerd out over shit like damage formulas, which again, it's not something your average consumer does. And even outside of those things, if we're talking like competitive games, like D2 having PvP for example, they're not gonna balance in most cases around the top end, because it's just not large enough a group of people for it to be a good business move. So as much as I express my own opinions, supported by lots and lots of hours of nerding over this game, and as much as I have more playtime than most people in this game, do I think they should necessarily cater to people who think like I do in every scenario? No, I don't, because that's not going to be healthy for your average player. I just give my takes on what would make a better game for how I play the game. And that's what most people do. It's just a lot of people forget to label it as such, and they will claim to be for the good of everyone, and my opinion is objectively the best, etc. No, you do not speak for every category of people who enjoy a game. Nobody does. Games having small gaps between top and bottom optimization is new player friendly, rarely compelling for long time play. Yeah, you usually just get sick of it and you don't have people spending more than 100 hours in the game. Latest C2 raid left basically every top tier endgame player disappointed. I did see a lot of negativity in that. I don't know enough about D2 to know the specifics. Also had highest day one completion out of every raid ever combined. So a lot of new player influx, or a lot of hype across the player base in general before the dissatisfaction set in. Maybe a bit of both. Yeah, that's not gonna work. I'll wait it out. I'm the Lorax, I speak for the trees, and we want higher drop rates in our Borderlands 3s based. The fact that the recursion will bounce off of immune enemies is hilariously toxic. Thank you, Groundbreaker. Very cool. Move away from forums and into Discord has 100% made finding info harder. Yeah, like, on the one hand, there's some forums that are just shitholes that have more asshats than useful information. But, like, on the other hand, there's still useful information there, and it's still in a more accessible place that more people think to go to. So, like the Gearbox forums, absolute cesspool before they were closed, make no mistake. Just some of the most idiotic shit you'd ever see in terms of interactions there. But there's still a lot of useful stuff in the Gearbox forums. So, like, despite that info still being available in other places, a lot of other people just wouldn't go to those places. So, information doesn't disseminate as well. I enjoy balance between high-end and low-end players, as well as a general balance in weapons allowing for more build diversity. BL3 has that, but D2 just can't find that. It just might not be in their creative vision at the end of the day, Fish Sticker. They might just want to focus on having an abundance of content rather than dragging a magnifying glass over each individual thing and making sure it all plays together. Because you get to a point where when there's so much shit in the game, and you know you're gonna get rid of it by the time you drop another update, well, like, does it matter? In the short term, maybe, but people will accept it whether it's broken or not. The people who are still going to play the game are still going to play the game. The people who are going to leave are still going to leave. There's some in the middle who are going to swing one way or the other based on the changes, but at the end of the day, it's not really a good business decision. They're just going to churn out the content and make the money. What's the new Zane discovery? Exclamation point OMF. But the short answer is Zane's Purple Tree Capstone allows you to apply some really big status effects. So we're just kind of building around that, balancing the elements of a Hustler build, Hustler Racer build, and status effect stuff. Get some interesting gameplay. I have so much weapon sway right now. That was actually really hard to aim. I killed that guy with Mantis. Nice. Did 47 mil because of Wedding Invitation debuff. How many times did you respond before the command was made? Like 4 or 5. Not that many. And I don't mind. Answering question is kind of like what I do, so I'm chill. Like, I'm still answering anyway, even after the command's been made. Further explaining the skill, it might not seem obvious why the distinction of, like, it going off impact damage matters. It means that guns that have listed dot values like this, they will create dots based on that, you know, that. So, like, 83,552 base for this recursion. Well, Armor and Flint goes off of how much damage you actually end up doing, and then it does what's called double dipping, where you'll get certain bonuses again. So, for example, the elemental matchup of corrosion versus armor, that's going to get double dipped. So you see, it's not very good against the shields, but as soon as we get to the armor and we get a bounce back and a dot, enemies start exploding. It's also useful tech for rad, because rad explosions are dots. So the bigger your dots, the bigger your rad explosions. And you need an enemy to have a rad dot on them when they die to get a rad explosion at all. Armor and Flint ensures that you will always rad dot an enemy if you are able to crit them. Just get some cool status stuff going on. Love you, love answering questions. Lord knows I have plenty. Hey, happy to field them. The only time I get annoyed answering questions is when people ask the question without the intent of getting an answer other than what they already think, you know? That's how you piss me off. Alright, try the Executor version. A little bit at the beginning of the stream. Mostly been Hustler. We can do some Executor stuff next. I think especially with Wedding Invitation we're going to want to do that. For applicable targets. Why did Wedding Invitation? So, a hidden effect of the Wedding Invitation that was also sort of only made more popular knowledge this year is it applies a stacking up to 4 times debuff, making the target you hit take more damage from cryo and more damage from fire. So that's another thing that gets double dipped by Armor and Flint dot. Basically fire dots that you apply with Wedding Invitation, you shoot the enemy again, they're going to take even more damage, and you can stack that up to 4 times. Both the shots you do and the ricochets of the Wedding Invitation apply that debuff. So you can snowball that and get some really big damage. If I type my question in sarcastic text, would it annoy you? Eventually. Fair enough, sorry I ended up venting. Nah, you don't have to be sorry about that fish sticker. I like discussing stuff like that. You're good. If it was a problem, I would tell you it was a problem. You're all good. I'm too straightforward to play games like that. If I have a problem, I will tell you. You're good. You did nothing wrong. This is fire against armor. Not fantastic here. I would definitely want some amp. I could just recursion to get out of this though. Something will die. There you go. That debuff make crying enemies easier? Well, yes, because you're dealing more damage to them. And in most cases, freezing an enemy is a function of damage and efficiency. So like you can freeze more by hitting more, or you can freeze more by being more efficient. And then there's some effects that kind of bypass the whole efficiency thing. Like we do have points in Brain Freeze right now. And Brain Freeze, you just need to hit 2 Brain Freeze triggers and it'll freeze the enemy. Because each one does a percentage of the freeze progress. And it's just a chance when you crit. Frozen Heart and Armand Flint will just guarantee freezes. Not sure why my stream's having some connectivity problems, but we're good. Wedding invites Broken Hearts? Yeah. What was that dot on me? That's so pain. I wanted the sexy split. There we go. I saw a 12 mil ricochet there. Which is with no cryo boost against an enemy that resists cryo. It's kind of funny. 12 mil's not a lot, but it's a good indicator of what you get double dipping off of values. So 1 projectile and crit or more. I don't understand the question, Beef. Surprised we never got a Brain Freeze weapon red text. We did. Melt Facer, DLC 1. Okay, how am I gonna kill you? Excuse me. Ow, hey, leave me alone. Spawn ads. Thank you. Spicy? Glad you think so. Like in a crit with Jacob's weapons, some of them ricochet 1, some of them ricochet more. Let's find out. I don't remember how many Wedding Invitation has. You can always find out. No, stop moving. I'm trying to crit you. It's either 1 or 2. I don't remember. Don't really care to. Comical amount of missed shots. Okay, so this is going to require being against some flush enemies, because another thing to keep in mind with double dipping is you double dip the elemental resistances as well as the beneficial matchups. So like fire against armor, for example, is tied for the worst elemental matchup along with rad versus armor. So like you're going to get that big penalty a lot of times. So that's not going to be fantastic against armor. I didn't try Insider at Malawan. I want to try that out against Kraken. Although we were going to do Executor. I want to try one more with Hustler first. Let's go... Sorry, I'm just addicted to this. This is a fun setup. Even you saying that's not out of my memory, off I go to Loot Lemon. It's a purple quest reward, corrosive shotgun. What are your top 5 wishes for BL4? I know you've probably said it before. I just wanted to hear it again. I want the UI to be good and functional and not bite off more than it can chew. Gearbox has a bad habit of making UIs that are more pretty than actually doing anything. I would like a variety of endgame activities that all reward you for playing them, rather than endlessly resetting, killing one random basic enemy. I think Bob the Bandit having a special colored cock ring shouldn't make him have some sort of dedicated drop. I think that minimizes the gameplay. It's boring, and at the very least, I want alternatives. I'd like part variants of items to go down. So, like, a gun shouldn't have hundreds of thousands of part combinations if you're going to have to go through the RNG to get it to drop, and then you can't edit it in any way within the game after getting it. I think that's silly. So I'm more comfortable with something more towards, say, Borderlands 2 and the pre-sequel part system, where there's not that many combinations, so it doesn't feel terrible when you get the worst roll of an item, because it's not that different from the best roll of an item. Air quotes there. Automod grabbed that rapid fire. So now my OBS says TBJ Quag used ad permitted term. You don't like special colored cock. Amazing. That's 3 things. Option 4, I would like them to continue the trend of opening up build archetype categories. Like the first couple Borderlands games, you mostly just shot guns at stuff. In BL2, you got a few notable melee builds. You got some grenade stuff. You got some TDR chucking stuff, which is still a flavor of gun build, but nonetheless. But then by the time we got to pre-sequel, like Wilhelm's pets were very popular. Digijacks on Timothy were very popular. Like pet stuff really started getting like actually good. And then BL3, we got Zane and Mo's pets being actually good. We got all these flavors of non-gun builds with grenade builds, ground slam builds, shield nova builds, dot builds. And then Wonderlands has the best melee system they've ever implemented. Spells were another progression of grenades. Grenades in BL3 are very good. Spells in Wonderlands are very good. Yes, Kevin, you are a cat. Come here. And then dot builds had the most support they've ever had in Wonderlands as well. I want them to continue to cater to a variety of playstyles. No matter how many times the people who don't try things tell you, these games are not gun games. Guns are there to pull people in. All of the interesting stuff, the build craft, comes from the things that are solely this franchise. Like, any shooter has IADS and holds M1 until target dead. They all fucking have that. That's not interesting. But how many shooters have a character that can deploy a limited time invulnerability bubble that amps their shots, a shoulder cannon that you can aim along your line of sight that benefits from crit stuff but is also still an ability and triggers all these effects? How many shooters have a clone of yourself you can spawn, you can control his gun, grenade, and shield and positioning? Like, the more interesting stuff. I want them to continue to lean into that. And then I guess the last thing I would want in a future title is I want core gameplay to continue to be refined. Things like movement. Advanced movement options is how you sell me a game, always. If you've got like cool dashes and double jumps and wall bounces and things of that nature, that's how you sell me. In like 9 out of 10 cases, it makes me like your game more. That's just a personal thing. Sorry, that was a long-winded answer, but... Let's go back to that. All the trials in BL3 in their current state. Repeatable activities, always a W. Gonna have Titanfall 2 movement. I don't know how far they should push the envelope on that, because, you know, to this day we still get pushback from people who just want to find flaws. Like, oh, mantling and sliding made the game worse. Shut the fuck up, you're stupid. But, like, obviously changing too much can make people feel overwhelmed. Like, adding mantling and sliding is entirely different from adding, okay, you have a grappling hook, wall running, wall bouncing, double jumping, air dashing, all at once. Go. I'd have a good time. A lot of other people would feel overwhelmed. One of the stupidest takes I've ever heard. Unfortunately, it is a real take. That's not even one made up as parody. That is a real take. Insider going crazy. Let me switch to rad here. Where's the logic in making it worse? There isn't logic. It's an attempt to find a flaw. And it doesn't make any sense. That's why it's a shit take. I got a sweet spot with the insider. There we go. Yeah, we gotta shoot through the legs. Does not increase base dot, only makes it 25 into 50. Okay, that's the assumption I was operating under, but thank you for confirming. So yeah, that means for this Armand Flint tech, the use case of Spy is twofold. It's one, you can get more crit damage with Headsman's Hand, although that's gonna fall behind to what Executor does, with less part variance. And two, just getting access to Armand Flint on builds that don't cap out Purple Tree. When you grenade jumping, you can just mantle it. I think one of the arguments was, yeah, you can't grenade jump. Yeah, Jaybridge remembers. But, like, they also said, you can't rocket jump. No, you can rocket jump, you just haven't actually played the game to know. So, yeah. Or at least haven't played the game with an objective mindset. And like, liking a feature does not mean that a whole game is worse for not having that feature. I'm sorry, that's childish. New Zane shenanigans? Yeah, like, exclamation point OMF. Come on, Rada. Come on. Good dot. Can't sweet spot very easily from here. Yeah, this is the difference between the insider's damage when you can sweet spot and when you can't. Share some dope news? Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Beacon and Inside are both doing the sweet spotting thing. Ooh, yeah, Insider when they're near a wall. That goes hard. So walls or floors for Insider. You can just pass the projectiles through an enemy and hit a surface. Good damage. Getting married next month? Let's go! I hadn't heard from Best Man in like 8 months. Turns out won't have a Best Man, a Best Maid instead. Oh, that's wholesome. That's wholesome. I'm glad your best mate is gonna be part of the ceremony. Yeah, I'm terrible at keeping up with my friends too, honestly. It's like that whole thing of, oh, hey, I didn't see your message until weirdly late. Now I have anxiety over messaging you back. And it just gets worse as it goes. Yeah, that's good news twice over, like, love to hear it. Oh, I blew myself up. Pain. Just much happier with HRT. Glad I have my friend back. Yeah, I'm glad she's doing well. I'm glad she took those steps. Definitely a huge advocate of everyone being able to feel comfortable in their own skin, you know? I'm a dumbass. Well, it's not where everyone's mind goes immediately. But yeah, that's really good news. Uplifting news, if you will. This is so fun. I don't think I've ever tried insider sweet spotting on Mo's. Like, I've done this on Amara. I did this on Amara back when Insider first came out, but I haven't really done it since. There's probably some cool applications. But this Armand Flint tech makes it super cool on Zane, especially with Brain Freeze as well. Yeah, it's one of those had him in the first half type of situations for a sticker. Tried Trevinator yet? Ooh, I have not tried Trevinator. Yo, it's shotgun day. Especially Malawan shotguns. You may as well try Fearmonger, because it's an honorary Malawan shotgun. A lot of rad. Any recommendations for what I run on the Trev? Aim for head or aim for feet kind of gun? Yeah. The big thing is if it erases or not. Grab one. Grab one. Let me dump an inventory item. I keep adding things I want to test to this. Like, we were gonna do Executor. And I've been live for 6.5 hours. We keep getting ideas. You gotta try Trevinator. I'm gonna want ×3. Rip. Let's go with the damage one. Let's go Corrosive Rad. May as well run Ellie Crit. This one as well. And I'll use the charge speed comp. So much to test with this tech, with guns, other gear, playstyle. Yeah, this has all been guns today. I didn't even do the grenade stuff I've been messing with. How do grenades work with this? Excellent question. So, Armand Flint will trigger off of anything you do that crits while you're ADSing. So, yeah, you could throw a Hex and ADS, and then Armand Flint will do the thing. And that definitely has some possible applications. This is very new stuff that we've got to test a lot. But I did do... yesterday, day before, I did Mal 1 takedown with Rad Hexes and Guardian Angel, and it worked out. Contrary to the meme, this is not a Wendy's stealthy, so I'm sorry. I don't know how to break that to you. This is not actually a Wendy's, but I hope you find it. I'll keep searching. Yeah, sorry to be the bearer of bad news. Nothingness? Maybe nothingness. I haven't shot that gun in a minute. So I'm not sure what's happening here, but this seems good. I don't know if it's a racering or not, but it's killing. Wendy's nuts going in your mouth. Got him. Racially crazy. Only certain kinds of projectiles do. Yeah, it's doing it. Saw the trail of it passing through the enemy. Yeah, it's doing it. I didn't know this gun erasered at all. Zane players, hello? Why you don't tell me cool shit? Does chug ammo. It's a little awkward to fire as well, because you need to, like, charge up, shoot, release. Too busy with Creamer. I'll try Lightspeed. Lightspeed would be a really good bet, because Lightspeed's just a great grenade in general, right? But it can naturally crit. It hits a lot of times. Pretty easy to aim. Like, I think you're onto something with Lightspeed. I think in terms of grenades to maximize this tech, you're looking at Hex, Hunter Seeker, Lightspeed, Gas Call. Those would be the ones I'd investigate first. Nice red explosion chain. Oh, that was beautiful. Put on the corrosive old god for the boss. Look at Moxie's bouncing pair. Are we still talking about grenades? GA alley crit gas call. Sounds good. This thing shoots fast. Like, faster than I was expecting. I'm sure you can hear me spam clicking, but you can really dump out the rounds with this. What are we talking about again? Yeah. Never changed, Average. Oh, I think something dotted me. That's less damage than I was hoping for. Run away. Eraser GA with this is probably nasty enough to meme. Oh yeah, it does the damage. It's just, it's awkward to hit in the first place. I haven't broken the brain case, that's why this isn't doing damage. I'm gonna run out of shotgun ammo. Oh, I accidentally hit the better half and froze it. Awkward. Maybe Trev's more of a mobbing thing. It's a new Zane interaction, exclamation point OMF. Tom. But basically the long and short of it is Zane can apply some really big dots by aiming. Pleasantly surprised with the Trevinator. What else can we try? Let's look at Loot Lemon. I've been live for too long, but I'm having fun. I hope you guys are enjoying. I'm curious about shotguns in general. What do we got here? Blind Sage? No, not quite. We know conference call erasers, that's not really going to be very interesting. Critical Thug is an elemental. Fearmonger? Ooh, Firecracker. Does Firecracker eraser? I've always liked this gun. Like, it, especially for the time, had just really good base damage. 20k times 12. And its splash. It's glad to catch you, honestly. A work schedule and yours tend to line up where I can't catch you except on Saturdays. Hey, I'm happy to have you here, like. I have been especially inconsistent as of late. So, once again, apologies for that. But it's good to have you guys here. I'm having a good time today. Please make a Firecracker work. What's the new discovery? Exclamation point OMF, Toby. So late, I love it. Yeah, I normally end 3 hours ago, but here we are. We know Shocker works with Hustler Eraser, so no reason to assume it wouldn't work here. TKs. Max accuracy TKs. I don't know if Fixatives crit. To my knowledge, they don't, but ASC 50s on them do. But if bonus elements don't apply Arm and Flint, then it shouldn't work out that way. But ASC 50s are their own damage source. Did you test ASC 50s? Tigs? Maybe. Maybe. Try out Slow Hand. Did? No dice? Okay. Yeah, so it doesn't look like Fixatives are gonna get that as tech. Doing Warframe buildcraft in the background, but I'm vibing with you. Hey, glad to have you. Let's look at Fearmonger. Gets extra pellets for each stack of terror. 63k base for a cryo times 4. It's not bad. It's stickies, so it's probably what, 70-30 damage split, 60-40? I feel like Fearmonger might not be great here. Hold off on that. Let's try Firecracker, just because I'm curious. I've never used this on Zane. I used it on Flak when the gun first came out. of ammo yet? You know, constantly remind myself freezing's not a dot in this game. Connection, please. Damn, she looked that, yeah. So I guess you gotta be close. I mean, those weren't exactly tanky enemies. Boomsicle with kill stack. What a drop! Not gonna lie, my RNG with drops has been kind of silly today. We got that really good white elephant from Scourge. And we got a shock kill stack boomsicle. I'll make room. I'll make room. It deserves a slot. Got that button fired and good. That was very fun. Sick gun. Wish it was easier to get, but let's try Firecracker. Boomsicle might be a good gun for this. Maybe. Zane's definitely got the reload speed. It's a splash gun. Zane's got the fire rate. Maybe. You never look at loot, think of how many of these you miss. At least a couple. But they don't exist if I don't see him, right? That's how that works. I have the right old gun on. Right? Yeah, I do. We got Rad there. Cool. Strimmer luck. Doesn't exist. It's the opposite. Oh, they're only there when I don't see them? Yeah, that's worse. If only bills work that way. Should have reminded me I got bills to pay. Wait, hang on. That was a 50 mil over there. I'm seeing actual damage numbers from this thing. I don't think it can hit turret, guys. Okay, it's not for them. It's not for them. This can't be anointed? Right. Damage numbers don't matter, only pretty. Yes, chat matters. Yes, I'm calling chat pretty. It's kind of cooking. It's kind of cooking. Why is this good? It's kind of weird. PL4 visual pollution filter, please. Yeah, this is already kind of starting to hurt my eyes. So I guess that's why people forgot about this gun. It's physically painful. I'm on recursion, kill something already. Let him cook. Wonder if accuracy tightens up this spread significantly, huh? Hard to tell because we're on Zane, so we do have accuracy. I guess we try Firecracker and GTD against Necrobugs, huh? this bonus element once upon a time. Yeah, it's just I don't think people tried it at that time. Because this Firecracker is a DLC 2 gun. And projectile fix was not until after DLC 3. So, yeah, there was overlap. This thing was probably crazy in that window. Holy shit, dude. Gun good. It's another Bearcat. What shotgun is this? This is the Firecracker. This is a purple from Guns, Love, and Tentacles. Fixed parts can't be anointed. But it's good. It's like a Hyperion Flacker, almost. But it's spammable and it's fire. Well, Flacker can be fire too, but this is very spammable. Now, I'm shooting it at shielded enemies, so yeah, that's not gonna do anything. You gotta use it against the appropriate targets, but it seems to be good. Roman candle, Zane. I gotta figure out how best to aim this thing. It's like, it kind of seems like look at crowd and hold trigger till satisfied. Oh, I wonder if this thing resets stack bot. This on flak? Gorillas in the mist? Ooh. Oh, I definitely damaged myself there. It's awkward. I gotta figure out, there's probably an optimal amount of splash radius to have with that gun. And I probably have too much. Gun you get for completing the post-DLC mission? Yeah. The one where Gage is drunk on margaritas. It's certainly hitting a lot. Girl really liked the margs. She did. I gotta try Firecracker on most Bloodletter. So you just amp every shot. Does it indiscriminate or anything, Mr. Sean? Oh. Thanks, Juan, for testing. Now that I've noticed? Okay. I suppose I need to test to see if it actually is erasering, or if we're just getting really good arm and flint dots and it's just doing chunks. It's hitting a lot of times, and that's making Hustler happen a lot, which is making Icebreaker happen. Making Brain Freeze happen, rather. And then that's making Icebreaker happen. Unlike Fetch, which is not going to happen. Name it unholy fireworks to this gun. Literally fireworks, Moonface. Literally fireworks. It's the firecracker. I think I want to BL4 Anoints or whatever for all weapons. Yeah, it was definitely frustrating each time in BL3 and Wonderlands when they had Anoints and Enchants, and then some weapons just arbitrarily couldn't have them. Some items, and it's like, oh, why? Why restrict us like that? It makes sense in very isolated cases, like Gas Call doesn't need it. And Gas Call would probably be monstrously overpowered with certain anoints. But like 7 cents not getting anointed? Why? You gave it the legendary color. Why? Think it's just a meme? No. Apparently not. Stop dodging. Okay, maybe I need my kill skills up. Let me up. I blew myself up. I'm off. Take care, everyone. Have a good one, Frizz. On recursion. Do the thing. Do the thing. There we go. Need to find more isolated enemies to use Firecracker against. Well, I need a group of them, but I need to not be absolutely waylaid by Death Spheres. That would help. Looks fun with all the barrels. Thank you, Brain Freeze. Very cool. I don't even need to kill those. I just shoot them 3 times and they freeze and fall. Do dumb eraser stuff. Needs to be tested. But it has been killing enemies. Won't kill that fire heavy, so... You know, don't need to bother trying that, but... I guess I had overkill on that Rowan's shot. Where can I see the whole skill tree? Ask me after the Woden kill, and I'll just show it. I do curse Woden stuff. Fire against armor? I doubt it. Like, we'll try it. See what happens. We do have the fire old god on still. Zane and fight for your life. Armament Flint actually does a lot to solve that problem. So I need to be, like, about that far away? How far away do I need to stand up damage? About here. Yeah, fire on armor is not it. Guess what? We got... recursion. Problem solved. Watching on and off today, or whatever you're doing now, looks kind of good. Didn't seem too crazy earlier, now it's pretty cool. Yeah, recursion's doing a lot of the work here, because it's both a good eraser gun and a good dot gun, so it's able to kind of capitalize off of everything we have going in our kit. Recursion and Beacon are definitely the standout weapons we've used so far today. A lot of today has been experimenting with things. This one hits. There's the better half dead. Have I tried Rowan's against this? I don't think I have. Oh, I heard you like the call sound effect. So I did that. Never thought Recursion was this good. Recursion was always good. Even after the bug that caused a lot of its crazier feats was fixed, it still had use cases. Zero's wedding invite, one shot was without overkill, so potentially 400 build dot ticks max with that thing. Amazing. That's awesome. Could go even higher with mayhem modifiers. Were you inside an Om Nom circle? I don't remember. And there's also just having more gun damage from moving faster on the shot. Grease Trap's alternate fire mode ignores some involved phases. Was that why? No, we were trying it because Grease Trap's alt fire is boneless damage. It's not non-elemental. It's like super non-elemental. It's so non-elemental that it's not even non-ellie. That's why both Grease Trap, alt fire, and Blade Fury bypass certain immune phases. Because the immune phase is like, okay, don't let this element, this element, this element, this element, and non-elemental through. And it's not any of those, so it just goes through. Despite being visually indistinguishable, excuse me, can't speak, from non-ellie. Try Boomsicle? I think we try Boomsicle. Try it with Kill Stack. Let's see what happens, because I don't feel like re-rolling it. I've only been live 7 hours. It's fine. It's fine, chat. It's fine. Someone tell me it's fine. Out inside, no, it'd be tough to pull off. Yeah, probably. It's fine? Okay, thanks, Beef. So new curve Zane tech. It's about to go bed. Saw the stream title. Exclamation point OMF. Move face. Command in the title. It's fine, bro. Alright, thanks, guys. Boomsicle and Phasor barrel consider shotguns. Boomsicle, yes. Phasor, no. Phasor is still an AR. I don't want to zoom my motorcycle, I just want to boom my Vladov sickle. 12 hours later, it's still fine. I'll head out later, might be fine. Thanks for hanging out, Viper. You have a good one. Well, that one shot. The ADS speed on this thing is atrocious. And the flashing lights are not it. But this is certainly a boomsicle. Yeah, this is just a gun I picked up off the ground today. Rip my eyeballs. Yo, Zane. Shotgun barrel deal shotgun damage. For Phasor? No, it's still assault rifle. Boomsicle, despite being an assault rifle, by like ammo consumption, counts as shotgun damage. Regular sickle, still AR. Boomsicle, shotgun. Why? Cause fuck you? I don't know. That's just how it works. Seen worse. You won't be seeing much after this. Right before your corneas exploded, I just realized it's the most I've ever seen you shoot things. I don't do it often, do I? Yeah. This is the most I've done it in quite a while. Just new tech to mess around with is interesting. Yeah, I didn't expect that to do much to Kraken. Honestly, expected less. I need to stop freezing it before it can get out. Can't remember why the non-obvious hideout ones in BL3. So the thing that makes Armband Flint crazy here, Moveface, is you don't need dot weapons. Like, it does not need to be a good dot weapon for it to be a good Armband Flint dot, because simply getting the crit while ADSing makes a good dot because it goes off of what you did. So you know how short fuse double dips off of the damage you did? Armband Flint dot is that too. And it double dips elemental, V1, global V2. That's what it go. It has to be an elemental gun. It has to be elemental so that it leaves a dot. So not cryo, not non-ele. But like Beacon, for example. We got a pretty decent dot for not having buffs and stuff. Kick charger, yeah, that's one that would work well. But the thing is, getting a kick charger crit and then the enemy not immediately dying, not a common occurrence. Okay, yeah, that's expected behavior. Just recursion our way through that. Now, it helps to have weapons that are already naturally good with dots, because Armband Flint does not, like, replace your dot. it's just on top of it. So, like, you can be applying 2 dots at once. What do I do against that? Let's maybe take this off for now. We go back to Smog for a little bit. We can Trev for that. I want to diversify the ammo. Let's go back to Smog for a little while. Ow, leave me alone. No! That's so unfortunate. I don't really think I can get up unless this Smog can just... Thanks, duct tape mod. Actually super clutch, it's pissed. You Smog the goat? And we're also taking advantage of some sweet spotting. Something we knew we could do with the Insider for a long time is shoot through an enemy's hitbox and hit the ground to hit them twice as many times. But you can do that with a Racer and a Beacon, and it's really, really good. Like that. Like, shooting through an enemy's foot and hitting right between their feet is how you get the most damage out of a beacon on Zane. Moonfire come in elements? It does. Didn't get many hustler crits there. Yeah, Moonfire could be very interesting here. Require a lot of precision, but I feel like it could be good. Regardless of the gun, I just want to see Super Ball run. I mean, Super Ball is a splash gun with elements that doesn't have horrible base damage or projectile behavior. You can use a Super Ball on Moze or Zane and clear content pretty easily, in all honesty. Especially with the amount of access they have to bonus elements. It's not anything special. It's not like a good weapon, but it's not of the tier where it's impossible to get it to do anything, you know? Forgot to switch old gods back. We want the corrosive one. Also lob. I don't think the lob erasers, but I'm not sure. Like, we're in territory where, sure, there's been a lot of eraser weapon testing, but only by a couple of people. Like, I know Moxie did a series on it a while ago. I know Joe and Rune and Bra have put a lot of time into that. But, like, the Zane player base as a whole doesn't experiment enough for this information to be well known. Loot Lemon got an update? Yeah. Loot Lemon team always on top of shit. Guess Yellow Cake just deletes the map even harder? Yeah. Yeah, we already knew Yellow Cake would be, you know, what it is. But now we know more. Got a package at the door. Be right back, chat. 1 second. Alright, I'm back. Sorry about that. Gotta climb back into my chair. And it's not as dark in my room as the camera makes it look. Nice package you got there. Thank you, sir. Yeah, to your point, Moofface, Yellow Cake does delete even harder than we were aware. You just need to, like, if you're playing regular Hustler Racer stuff, using Yellow Cake or Globetrotter, just ADS more, and you'll get crazy dots. It's basically the main application of the tech. Get back, welcome back. Yeah, Lob could maybe be something. I'm not sure how it interacts with Hustler. It's easy here, BRB not coming back. Understandable. Yellow cake fun sounds tasty too. I do not recommend you eat yellow cake. The dessert, yes. The radioactive substance, no. Hearty frosting, yes. Like, that beacon shit is so cool. That huge chunk, that's just an eraser beacon projectile hitting from the same target. It's so interesting. We really gotta do a dive into, like, which guns can do that. We know Beacon, we know Insider, we can reasonably assume Free Radical, although it should be tested. But, like, what else? Anything interesting I could do to the boss this time? Yeah, we did Queen's Call. Do another Insider. Insider? I barely know her. Redistributors, Herald, Slippers. We did Redistributor earlier. Works, because we've got the other support that the Redistributor needs to be good in the build. Herald, yeah, because it's Herald. Flipper didn't try. I don't know if the Flipper racers or not. I suppose it's something worth looking into. There's Insider. Cracked gun. One of my favorites. What about a blue melter? I mean, yeah, that could do it. The blue orb gun from DLC 2. Frozen Devil? Oh no, Shocker. Shocker. Yeah. Shocker will be like kind of Yellow Cake where we know it'll be good. Like, it's just gonna be Yellow Cake in different flavor. Blue Cake, if you will. ASMD. I have to be ADS'd. So I'd have to do the gimmick. It would be very likely to just kill me. ASMD can apply dots, right? I feel like I would just die. You don't think it applies dots? If it doesn't, then maybe. We could try it. I need more inventory space. That was a joke? Oh. Well, I'm gonna try it anyway. It's the main, yeah, it's the thing. The Captain America who looks suspiciously like Joe Biden. The blue cake, if you will. Yeah. ASMD. I apparently have never save edited myself in ASMD. I was searching my backpack. It's not there. Speaking of inventory space, I did add some code from Redux into my own custom patch. Give me 65 inventory slots instead of the base 50. Yeah, I feel like that's a common thing people do, and it's something I would do. It's effort, so I've not bothered. Guess we go high health breaker. I'll give you the code right now. Yeah, no, I lots of mods exist out there for that. It's maybe one day I bother, but today is not that day. Cool. Well, let's verify. Quag aim. Oh, wait. I forgot. You can't use Playin' Dirty and ASMD together, because Playin' Dirty makes the ASMD projectiles not function. Yeah. Yeah. I forgot. I forgore. We'll just respec real quick. Do that again? Okay. Works. Wait, what? Why? I don't know, but look. Yeah, we need to go until I actually have Playin' Dirty. It only worked once I ran out of Playin' Dirty. No, I'm hitting it. I'm not changing my, like, look at the Playin' Dirty count. 5, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 works. Or are you saying it forces my projectiles to be low? Huh. Not hidden. Here, let me... Wait, is it that all the way down there? What? No, it just doesn't... See, like, that's lined up, and it doesn't work. It just doesn't work. Hey Snow, how you doing? Do this with a wish too? Thank you for testing. Bratu, I would know the answer to that. I do not. What exactly am I looking at? We were just... I went to use the ASMD and momentarily forgot that Playin' Dirty turns it off. So we're just respecking to to get around that little issue. No, not no way out. I don't have the self-control for that. No, 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 no. No playing dirty. It's cursed. It's cursed, I tell you. What do I do with the rest of the points? Like actually, what do I do? Mag size. Hey, Coffee, how are you? Hey, Iterative Ship, how you doing? What's the new discovery? Exclamation point OMF. So yeah, just to show you guys that it works now. We don't have playing dirty. Oh no. My taxes filed? Shit, yeah, I gotta do that. That definitely crit. That's almost a mill. Just a random old ASMB. So it's doing it. It's just, I don't think this is gonna be efficient without a bunch of amp, which is something I don't have. Shooting the ASMD normally is kind of working though, and that's funny. Like, that's a 2 mil just off regular shot. Eh. Nope, that's not the correct fire mode. Game? It's awkward. I don't like it. I don't like it. Needs a crowd? Yeah. And I think we've got crowd guns covered. I won't throw it out, but can it for now. Oh, there's another gun. Oh, people had so many good suggestions. Loot Lemon List. It's Crowd or Valks. Yeah, it might be good for that initial phase of Valks. Let's see, Slow Hand was one. Tig's Boom. We didn't try that one. Lob? Ah, Lob. Yeah, that was suggested. 9 volt. I doubt that'll do anything, but you know, Firecracker was better than expected, so maybe I shouldn't write things off. Let's look at the weapon list. Bearcat, Omega Lol. Oh yeah, I was questioning earlier whether Bangarang bullets, like from the Chuck, whether those can erase her. Because that could potentially be interesting. Breath of the Dying, I need to get one of those. Cloud Kill? Huh. It's only 12k base damage. Those are beasts. I'm kind of worried about that damage being divided between too many different things for it to be good. Maybe, but you know, yeah, like you never know what works. I have a tab open for it. It's on the the list to be tested. Contain blast? What do you think about that? Becca, yeah, gotta be elemental. Yeah, let's try a contain blast. I don't need to do all this testing in one day. Like, we could leave some for tomorrow. But, you see, I'm unreasonable. Thank you so much for the 9 months coffee. I appreciate it. Guess the Skag saw its shadow because 6 more months of Quag sub. I appreciate you immensely. Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm giving myself corrosive and rad contain blasts. We can try those. We can get rid of anarchy for now, because we all know what an anarchy does. It's uninteresting. We try Rowan's? Yeah, we did try Rowan's. Rowan's worked out okay. Ice Queen. Cryo's not going to work, because Cryo with Arm and Flint will just insta-freeze the target if it can be frozen, but it doesn't have a dot that does damage in this game. Cryo has a dot that does damage in TPS and Wonderlands, but not in BO3. Lucian's Call. The per hit damage on Lucian's Call is pretty low. Kind of pessimistic about that one. Want the scaled? Thank you. Thank you. I would have been very alarmed. Cocky bastard? I don't know if that would do it, because it's a non-elemental gun that inflicts shock as like a bonus thing. I don't know if that shock damage can crit. Hornet? Maybe. Hornet with Ellie crit would be interesting because it could like deliver the dot and then detonate it immediately because it's burst. Explosion? Yeah, that's not Ellie. Don't mind these turret guys, they don't properly take splash damage. They're not a good metric of how good a gun is. Juliet's Dazzle, that is Cryo and non-Ellie. Also, the gun's kind of bad. Sorry, you're fine, Beef. Just trying to help. Somehow missed all those shots. That was definitely a hustler crit. Like, this feels okay. Definitely not bad or anything. Like, keep in mind, this thing's killing up front without, like, AR boosts. It's a new Zane discovery. Exclamation point OMF, Tree Boy. Dot. Pain. stickies just not want to do the thing against a frozen target? Is that what's happening? I know some guns are like that. I can just kill with the upfront damage. Alchemist, really low base on that. We were just thinking Torque ARs last week and just forgetting them all. Yeah, Boring Gun, Tri-Bolt, Alchemist, Contain Blast, Laser Sploder. Lovable Rogue. There's not that many of them, huh? Contain Blast is okay. Not awe-inspiring right now, though. I think it's just a better gun, like, just dealing damage. We're still seeing Recursion, Insider, and Beacon are like the winners here. Prompt critical? Maybe. That works out well there. Bone Shredder sucks. Boomer, maybe. Bright Side? The Chuck is interesting on that, maybe. Dark Army could do some stuff, yes. Gargoyle could do some stuff. Hail, possibly. Especially because that big crit mult. Hellfire, base damage too low. Infinity, shit gun. Linoge, base damage very low. And low per hit damage. Magnificent, same kind of problem as Linoge. Pestilence, maybe. Pestilence could maybe do some interesting stuff, but I would need to build in very specific ways. Like, I'd probably just need a red suit if I wanted to effectively use that. And I have a lot of red suit builds already. Likely an action skill can't crit the Nova. Yeah, the Nova is definitely an action skill and can't crit, but the bullets from it itself, maybe there's some sort of setup where I could have the bullets doing the thing and then occasionally the Nova's helping me deal some damage. Was the thought process. It's not something that I think would work well, but it's not... Like, the Pestilence itself is a good item, so I don't want to write it off yet. You know what I mean? Malon pistol. This is the Beacon from DLC 3. One of my favorite items. Really underrated pistol. It's very, very, very good. It's from Bounty and Blood. Did I respec to get Playing Dirty back yet? I didn't. Hang on. I forgot I wanted to do that. Killed my baby? What do you mean? If you're referring to the Beacon... What are you talking about? I've been using the Beacon all day. It's one of the best weapons for the setup. What are you talking about? They've never nerfed the Beacon. Beacon has only ever been buffed. Me just making sure my action skills and stuff are correct. I'm just gonna save it some extra parts on a Hellfire, just bring it back up to speed where it once was. I mean, it was never good in this game, but I maintain that that's because of the nature of how it works in this game versus previous games. Like, it wasn't particularly good in BL2 either. In BL1, it was great because dot stacking was a thing. But pound for pound, it being Dahl makes it have more potential damage than it would if it was Maliwan in this game. Because Dahl stuff, you can go on semi-auto for a damage bonus, and you can also run Dahl crit on your class mod for more damage, because Maliwan crit is not a class mod passive. And yeah, Stone Swan's built around it. It's fully viable. It's just worse than a lot of other things that are viable. And in terms of use cases like this, where we want high per hit damage, it doesn't fit the role. So I can murder it in BL3. Pound for pound, it's better in BL3 than in 2, if we're being perfectly honest. It's just there's lots of things in BL3 that are better than it. Where do I spend my next points? Oh yeah, I go Domino Effect. And 1 Deja Vu. Two floater points. I feel like I do something different with these points every time I respec. We'll get a little bit of mag size. Why not? Heal 1 Hellfire? Yeah. Because dots function differently in BL1. So it was actually good there. Also, BL1 did not have much in the way of endgame for it to fall off in, so... Great gun in BL1, but this is one of the things I like to point to when I reference my own personal stance of I don't like the idea of returning guns, because no matter how good it is or isn't, someone's going to be dissatisfied with it. For example, the BL3 Sandhawk absolutely smacks the shit out of the BL2 Sandhawk. It's not close. Like, the BL3 Sandhawk took a nerf a month into its life, and it's still one of the most monstrously overpowered guns in this game. Yet you'll see people absolutely dying on the hill of the gun being ruined by being a sniper rifle, when it did nothing except balance it better. By giving it one restriction of it consumes a lot of ammo. Unkempt Herald was decent when it came out in BL3, but it wasn't overpowered, so people complained until it got its damage literally doubled. Now, Unkempt Herald in BL3, one of the most grossly overpowered guns they've ever created. Yet still, you've got the same people who are like, oh, it was better in BL2. It wasn't. You just have nostalgia. That's it. Like, proportionally, it's better in this game. And it's not close. And then you have other returning items, which, you know, were never good, and have still yet to be good. WTF shield, for example, has never really been desirable, but it keeps coming back. You'll have some weapons that eventually they did get right. The Storm Sniper Rifle, legitimately good in this game. Like, I just think it's cleaner if you just make new shit. That way you don't tarnish the memory of an item people already have. And you don't have to make it monstrously overpowered for people to accept its existence. You know how it was bad in BL2? I think bad is an exaggeration. It was fine in BL2, but people attribute power to it because of the B shield, which is not the Sandhawk. And also, with and without the B shield, the BL3 Sandhawk is capable of more damage. Yeah, I'm not quite satisfied with this Contained Blast. I think maybe it's just not suited to the way we're trying to deal damage right now. Ooh, big rad explosion. Love to see that. should go look at build on BL2. Maybe it's just so bad the Hawk felt good. No, the Sandhawk is, like, as far as SMGs went in that game, it was on the higher end of DPS, even if you didn't have a B shield. Like, decent gun. I think bad is an exaggeration. It's just the gap between the Sandhawk with the B and the Sandhawk without the B is absolutely massive, is the thing. I think the ASMD deserves a second chance. We spec playing dirty. I'll make a separate version of the save without playing dirty for ASMD testing. Look at Insider there. Look at this absolute champion of a weapon. Save count? Let's see, what's it at right now? I'll check. 1,786. Insider, my beloved. Ouch. That's rude. Irish breakfast, oolong, or a chamomile tea. I'm feeling oolong here. Yeah, I agree, freestyle. Could pro spiel to work Becca. End of list. Kicked out of the OBGYN for making omelets for my coworkers. Oh, I fault they had a bunch of eggs just laying around. Moo girl, that's cannibalism. I'm not judging, I'm just pointing it out. Actually, technically it's not. Because eggs aren't chicken. If you feed a chicken eggs, is it cannibalism? I feel like we're getting into some fucked ethical stuff. Yeah, let's change topics. Yeah, let's definitely change topics after that comment, Moo. Poor Avenger in BL2 got done dirty by DLC 5. By what, just a better version existing with the infection cleaner, right? I mean, that's because both Pearl and Effervescent were terribly designed rarities. So they both make each other look worse by existing. Doesn't surprise me. Oh, I dotted myself. That was gonna happen. Good move. Kick from chat asking me to talk about something else. Conversation about Boral League and stuff. I hate politics even more than that. It's like we didn't even really get into that sphere, although I saw how it could head there, and I'm sure some people here get sick of hearing me talk about certain things. So it's better to just keep the topic on something everyone can have fun with. No, that's how conversation ideally goes, right? In entertainment. Of that sorcery spokesperson, I mean alchemical agent, I mean Armand Flint. We gotta come up with a meme name for Armand Flint for this. I like sorcery spokesperson. But like, we gotta have it be more gun-like. Anyone got ideas? It's gotta be alliterative. Wait, not everyone wants to talk about Gwyneth's past week? I cannot wait for John Leguizamo to make that movie. It's gonna be my favorite thing ever. Like, in the history of ever. Sharpshooting spokesperson? That's a mouthful. Still good, though. I can't run into my own projectiles. Zane players when confronted with consequences. Oh no, am I becoming a Zane player? I'm out of ammo, what do I do? Breakfast tacos a thing? I feel like they are. Yeah, those have got to be a thing. Right? Guy must be rich. Breakfast burritos? Yeah, that I'm familiar with. I don't think I've ever had a good breakfast burrito. Like, I've had acceptable breakfast burritos, but I don't know if I've ever had, like, a good one. I only have to hit you 3 times, or crit you 3 times, I suppose. And then you freeze. We're good. Rain freeze, my beloved. Moo, what are you doing? We have an Asian fusion in place here that does, I'm not even gonna attempt to pronounce that after being live for almost 8 hours. That's pretty dang good. Ooh, love to hear it. No, I need chorizo. Sounds good. Or Insider versus Woden. Sure, I've done this too many times this stream already, but it's so damn satisfying. I still have my Insider equipped. It's this one. Yeah, I'm curious if I can... Can I shoot up through there? Now let's try this. The idea is if I can hit through the leg to do the same sweet spot thing but in reverse. I think that's working actually. It's just, it's not impacting a surface, so it's not as good because we're not getting the explosion. Still getting eraser stuff though. Boar on Zane. Boar wishes it was Eraser. Boar gets entirely too much credit. Boar is a C+ tier skill in a game with terrible hitboxes, whereas Eraser is an S+ tier skill and just slays out on its own. Seriously, Boar wishes it was Eraser. Look at that shit. Clean. I'm gonna need you to spawn ads again, though. But both times enemies lined up in BL2, I killed stuff. Both times. All 2 times. I mean, that's true. But Eraser has game-wide applications. Whereas Boar's game-wide application is that it turns off bullet reflection. Which is still good. That's why it gets the C+ and not an F. There we go. We're getting close to like an ideal loadout here. Maybe instead of Ellie crit on this Insider, I could go with something that helps the damage more. Like, I think the projectiles passing through don't get splashed, but then the explosions do. Lob. Make a corrosive and a rad one, I suppose. Don't mind me. Damage there, we got damage there. You think 150 over 90 might actually be good on a lob because of how fast it ticks? More of the ticks are gonna get the bonus? It's like, if we're trying to double dip into the R-Man Flint bonus. That seems sound. Because we'd get like one really beefy tick of R-Man Flint, maybe. Or a couple. We'll try it. Try it. You go Ellie crit? Alright, fine. I'll go back. I'll go with my first instinct. And then we need a rad one. We're gonna have more weapons to test on this setup tomorrow. Remember early in the stream when I said the plan for tomorrow is Wonderlands unless we stumble onto some really cool tech? Well, looks like the plan for tomorrow is not Wonderlands. Fuck. Beefy Tick was my nickname in high school. Lot probably takes down that 10% immediately. Yeah, I'm probably underestimating the damage it does, huh? Had a nostalgia hankering for a hot dog and mac and cheese. Have I ever had those things together? I don't think I have. Wakum's a short set and planning on taking him to Red Lobster. Ooh, nice. It's like my childhood. You guys have any food combos you ate growing up that other people would think are weird? I'm curious. Alright, SpaghettiOs. SpaghettiOs are banging. Good heavies, we've used this new Armin Flint tech. The thing with that Tree Boy is, like, the same ones people were already using on Eraser builds are, for the most part, are gonna do this quite well. Particularly Yellow Cake and Globetrotter are gonna be the standouts in the heavy weapon category. Major Kong as well. Notably, Creamer is one that won't benefit because it's non-elemental. It's very hard to see while doing this, I'll tell you what. Lob is decent, but I do not think this is worth it. Because the power of the sun in the middle of my fucking eye. It's beautiful. I don't know about that. I forgot to put barrier up again. Oopsie. Speaking of, those Sunny D vodka seltzers, not too bad. I should try that. So like, this thing's really good at freezing with Hustler Brain Freeze, and like that's good consistent damage. I don't think this thing's erasering. Now maybe the projectile when it impacts can eraser, maybe, but I doubt it. Sun for the sun god. I was around like 12 or 13, is obsessed with Chips Ahoy, chocolate chip cookies, and pickles, the hamburger cut ones. Okay, yeah, that's definitely an unconventional one. He's gonna start singing, I got the power. Bartender at work gives me ghetto mimosas during the job all the time. Says it helps my temper. There's a lot to unpack there. Just kind of hoping for more. Like, it's fine. I was kind of hoping for more. Meanwhile, Beacon. Boop. Yeah, let's go to the premium combo. The premium set. I don't know what the premium set was. I think it was this. No, it was that. And I think it was actually 2 recursions. We'll do Insider. Do Insider. Yeah, this is the combo of 4 that I've had the most success with so far. Those are Armin Flint splash critting. Yeah, you'd be applying a lot of dots to a lot of things at once, huh? Although I suppose Mose would just have difficulty critting is the big thing with her. That'd be the balancing factor. Because you can't really see well enough to crit on Mose half the time, yeah? Strong element. Says the guy with the lob. Listen. I didn't say I could see. But you do have a point. Cracking up right now, I'm glad. Short Fuse and Arm and Flip together. Sheesh, yeah, that'd be silly. Now they wouldn't interact with each other at all, other than Arm and Flip's bonus to your guns while you're aiming would be like more Short Fuse damage indirectly. But it'd be crazy to have them on one character. Like, having Arm and Flint on Flak would be utterly game-breaking, with everything that Flak has in skill tree to just boost damage. It would be so far beyond what you see on Zane that it's, like, truly stupid. Flak would be actually turning every gun into Unleash the Dragon type shit. And if Amara had it, she could spread the dots and double dip off of them again, meaning a triple dip with a Wildfire. And she'd have Anima for more damage for them and more duration. Basically, our Midflint being on Zane is the second most balanced iteration we could have gotten for it. So as crazy as some of the stuff we could do with this is, it could have been utterly nonsense. Randomizing skill trees, that's a thing. Already a thing. See, this Arm and Flint knowledge might actually swing an opinion I had before. So, a question that was posed a couple times was like, what would be stronger, giving Flak Eraser or giving Zane Megavore? And I'm now of the opinion that I think giving Zane Megavore would be stronger. Because of Arm and Flint. Thank you, Eraser. Ow. Shoot me. Ow. You can't shoot me, that's illegal. Borderlands players when the enemies fight back. You invisible fuck. I don't need to see you if my recursion can. There we go. Rank hidden fathom the craziness for what would be fadeaway flak with damage increase for aim and downsides, top motherfucker. Well, that's not the main takeaway there, Beef. It'd just be a, you know, little multiplier. It'd be the exact difference for just the boost from Arm and Flint would be, like, to how much your guns do, would just be like having the on-grenade thrown annoyant on top of whatever you already have on your grenade. It wouldn't be much. The thing would be the dots applied. The dots would be crazy with Flak's damage formula. Because Flak has a lot of things that boost damage globally. The damage type known as, the damage increase, I should say, known as V1. Shitty name, but too late to change it now. Maybe. That is a boost that gets double dipped by Arm and Flint. And Zane doesn't have any of that in skill tree. Zane gets all of his from Vic Rush, Terror Damage and Fire Rate Annoyance, Kuka Combo, Guardian Rank perk. That's the only ways he can get it. Only Moze and Flak have character-specific ways. Moze being the Flare Com, Flak being a bunch of shit in the skill tree. So basically, Flak could make much bigger dots than Zane. Just because damage formula. Bro's hack and keep seeing him use Phase Slam. Insider, my beloved. Pop a recursion for you. Did I forget to pick up my barrier again? Totally did. No, wait, it's here. Right? It's here. I was getting too close to enemies. We've got the Insider. It's got projectiles that pass through what you hit and then explode on hitting a surface. So if you aim to pass those projectiles through an enemy and then hit a floor or wall right near them, then you can hit that enemy additional times. We'll clean it up with the smog, I think. Rad smog. Corrosive would be better. I lied. We'll beacon. Dot kill. And with diet boar, what do you mean diet? I mean premium boar. Boar but not shit. We'll call it more. That would get confusing really quick. Referring to a racer as more. Boar Plus sounds like a TDR, which is worse. But TDR is good. It's just in lore they're trash, but in gameplay they're super strong. Boar Max. Talking Dragon Ball forms now. Beast Boar. Ultra Instinct Boar. Ultra Ego Boar. Ultra Ego Boar sounds like a sex position or something. That makes me uncomfy. How about we rename Boar? Borderlands. I see what you did there. Okay. Legendary Super Boar. Oh, I had the wrong shield on that whole time. That's why damage was a little lower. I'll put on that one. I lied. We'll put on that one. Yeah, I like having less charge speed because it means I'm ADSing longer when shooting the recursion. Which means I get more arm and flint. And it lets me have the splash damage for benefiting all these things. Redistributor because it's funny. Ultra Mega Boar. Okay, this is a good stopping point. Good news, had my oolong. Bad news, that was the last of my loose leaf. Oof. Well, I hope you enjoy your cup. But yeah, that's gonna be it for me today. I gotta, like, eat dinner and not be live and stuff. I streamed 8 hours. I normally do 4.5. But thank you, everyone, for hanging out. I appreciate it. I hope you had a good time. More science with this is the plan tomorrow. Testing out more weapons, more build applications, in more content. Maybe we do some slaughters. We mostly just did a shit ton of Malawan and like one Guardian run and a little bit of Hemo. So I'm thinking maybe we mess around with more weapons, see where certain things can be good. We could try some boss melts with Wedding Invitation. We could do some Slaughter Star, Slaughter Shaft. Fun stuff. That'll be tomorrow. Let me see who's live. Bring you somewhere. I'm never on this late, so I don't know who's around. Not never, but Pilot's on. Let's see, is he anywhere close to ending? D2H is doing The Last of Us. Let's see. I have a bad habit of accidentally extending people's streams. A little under 3 hours. Yeah, let's go to pilot. Garwood's on? Oh, wait, Garwood's on. Yeah, no, we'll raid Garwood. Good shout. Good shout, Swin. Yeah, if you got my emotes, feel free to spam the raid message. Nightbot isn't a true fan, so it's not subbed. But it looks like that. If you don't have the emotes, that's okay. Put Quag Raid or something. But we're gonna go say hi to Garwood, who very talented speedrunner. Plays a bunch of games. Just get whatever game he chooses to play. But he's grinding out some BL3. What category is he doing today? Any percent? Any percent Zane. So yeah, see you guys over there briefly before I go eat because I'm dying. And see you tomorrow.